Meeting of the City of Palm Springs regular meeting, April 9, 2025, to order. And tonight, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, Councilmember Bernstein. United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You want to be clapped. All right, I acknowledge that the land we gather, live, and work on today, currently known as the City of Palm Springs, is the original homelands of the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians. The sovereign band of Agua Caliente people have stewarded this land throughout the generations and continue to steward this land for all future generations. We honor and respect the many diverse indigenous people still connected to this land. City Clerk, roll call, please.
Let the record reflect that all members are present.
And no presentations tonight, right?
That's correct.
Beautiful. Okay, we had a few proclamations this month. I'll share with y'all what we proclaimed. The City of Palm Springs proclaims April as Arts and Culture and Creativity Month in honor of the 7th annual statewide celebration of arts, which was first established by the legislature in 2019. The city believes that arts, culture, and creativity are essential to our thriving community. Water Conservation Month is also being proclaimed for April. The City of Palm Springs and Desert Water Agency are committed to protecting and preserving water through ongoing conservation efforts and sustainable water management practices. American College of Osteopathic Family Physicians Day was proclaimed on April 2nd for their exceptional dedication to providing 75 years of family medicine through education, visionary leadership, and responsible advocacy. Well done. Now we will move to accept the agenda. We'll discuss any items that we may want to amend. Urgency items or note abstentions or no votes on consent calendar items, or request consent calendar items to be removed for separate discussion. Do we have any items from staff or council members that you'd like to be removed? Councilmember Reddy.
Yes, I'd like to hold one discussion. Thank you. 1G for separate. Thank you. 1G.
Mayor Pro Tem?
E and H for discussion, please.
1E and H. Got it. Mayor Bernstein?
1C for discussion, please. But that's fine. Leave it at that.
I promoted you again. Hold on.
C
1C, you're pulling that just for staff report?
for discussion. Yeah, for staff report and discussion.
Okay, are we good? I will note that we need to reorder the agenda. Item 1K will be excluded from the consent calendar and considered after item 3B is considered. Okay, I entertain a motion to accept the agenda with the notations on 1G, E, H, and C. We didn't have a motion made yet.
I can't.
Pro Tem, seconded by?
Mine's not working.
It will work.
Seconded by Councilmember
Bernstein.
Grace Garner. And are we voting?
Let's do a roll call
I
vote.
voted. City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Soto.
Oh, did it not work?
I'm showing it work.
Okay,
Yeah.
that
I'm
works.
showing it work.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, report of closed session. At this time, I invite our city attorney, Jeff Ballinger, to provide a report of closed session.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public, the City Council met in closed session earlier this afternoon to discuss the items that are listed on the agenda, and there was no reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. At this time, the next item is public testimony. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on non-public hearing agenda items only. And everybody is limited to 2 minutes for each speaker. You're asked to please begin your time by telling us what agenda item or items you're speaking about. Please note, testimony for the public hearing will be taken at the public hearing time. General public comment for subjects not on the agenda will be taken later in the evening. And if there's any written comment that you'd like to distribute to council, please pass that off to our city clerk. All right. Our first speaker is Mark Hollingsworth, followed by Jack Rochelt.
Good evening. Thank you for picking me first. My name is Mark Hollingsworth. I live at 3189 Cody Court. I'm here to plead with you to go against the bridge that is being built or planned to be built on South Palm Canyon. Our house is probably one of the most affected by it because our wall faces South Palm Canyon. As you know, I've emailed you, and I've also, tonight, I want to read a letter because our neighbor, Jackie Spear, could not make it tonight because she's out of the country. But she did also send this email to me that she sent to you. She said, "Dear Mayor and City Council members, I am writing to strongly oppose the proposed bridge on South Palm Canyon near Oswald Canyon. The cost is prohibitive and no doubt will exceed any estimates you have been given. City resources should be spent on projects that are needed. The area slated for this project has only flooded twice in the last 20 years. Many other areas in the city have seen yearly flooding causing road closures. It is my understanding that the promised commitments to meet with concerned constituents has not materialized and alternate options have not been seriously considered. I believe your proposed actions are premature, lacking in public engagement and due process, and wasteful of taxpayer money. Please pause and do this with transparency and public engagement. As many of you may or may not know, I am no stranger to the public policy process. I have held elected office for over 40 years. Sincerely yours, Jackie Spear." So we live right on that stretch of road. And we understand that we do get water sometimes, but we don't feel it's necessary to spend millions and millions of dollars for something that is not going to really do anything that is worth the money.
Mark, thank you.
We also understand.
Your time is up. We appreciate that. Jack, you're next, followed by Robert McCann.
I live at 338 Patel Place in Alta. And basically, I was there about 7 years ago in February when downtown Palm Springs completely flooded, and we had flooding at our place. The water came down from Indian Canyon, not from the side of the hill, but from Indian Canyon. They have spent millions of dollars building a diversion up there because their roads washed out. And the water, when the hurricane of the century happened last, I don't know, a few months ago, maybe a year ago, there was no water, there was no flooding, there's nothing. This is going to be 2 years of disastrous noise, interruption. I am baffled why anybody would want to do this. I rode my bike downtown just to see the flooding through that, and it was maybe 8 inches deep. I have video of a guy driving a Porsche Boxster down Bogart Trail and making it. The water was going over the hood of his car. But any policeman, fireman in a sport utility or a truck could have driven to any of those places. It wasn't ever a risk or an endangerment. I would gladly give 4 hours of not being able to get out of my house and drive to the market or whatever over 2 years of construction and millions of dollars being wasted. Thank you for hearing me.
All right, thank you. Robert McKeon, followed by Judy Placencia.
Tonight, I join major environmental groups in advocating for removal of items 1K and 3B from the meeting agenda. The flood control plan includes converting 3 acres of pristine, low-elevation alluvial fan habitat into a channel to funnel floodwaters to the underpass. Since the surface of the channel will consist entirely of rock, it will completely destroy the natural flora that flourishes there. In the 6 years since Oswego Land Trust purchased the property, we have removed a concrete road that could potentially add to runoff volume and engaged in many additional forms of restoration and trail designation work. Our efforts have enhanced and extended the habitat range of the endangered bighorn sheep. Sheep are now frequently seen on the floor of Oswego Canyon, including the threatened 3 acres. Other wildlife, including bobcats, coyotes, snakes, and numerous birds, have also been recorded in this area. However, the impact to wildlife of the planned project goes well beyond destruction of their habitat. Construction is projected to take 2 years to complete. The accompanying noise, dirt, and traffic will create long-term stress on the already struggling sheep and other species. I also want to bring to your attention that the 3-acre parcel includes the area of natural water flow from Oswego Canyon. During drier seasons like this one, the limited rainfall still funnels into the drainage area. Aerial photos of the acreage indicate a higher density of native shrubs and other plant species, including catclaw acacia, desert lavender, indigo bush, and chaperosa, than in adjacent regions of the alluvial fan. This high concentration of plant species provides essential food and cover for birds, pollinating insects, and many species of wildlife. In a time when nature and the environment is under attack, we need to be a shining example of what should be done and considered before destroying such precious low-elevation habitat. Thank you.
All right. Judy Placenta, followed by Laura Mendoza, please.
Good evening. I'm not familiar with the process necessarily of why I'm up here, but however, I'm here to talk about 1H, or is it H1? Not sure how you do it. But Fair Co-op is a new rideshare program here in the desert and in California, soon to be in Oregon, Arizona, and Georgia. And we are requesting to be certified to come into the Palm Springs Airport, and we wanted to get certified for that. The CEO of our company is delayed in his arrival here, and I was asked to see if we could postpone the agenda item until the end of the agenda and possibly have him get up and speak. Would that be possible? If you can do it. But I want to say that Fair Co-op is another rideshare, but most of the drivers drive for all 3 rideshare companies. I have a Lyft, an Uber, and a Fair Co-op on my car. And so it wouldn't mean more traffic, more rideshare people necessarily. It would just mean that we would be working for a company that would pay us instead of maybe 40 to 45%, if we're lucky, to a possible 80 to 90% of what the customer pays. And so this is really an incentive for drivers to drive for Fair Co-op as a member-owned drive share company. So that's what I'd like to say. If you can postpone the agenda item, I'd appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Next is Lori Mendoza, followed by Mike Wexler. And after Mike is Stephen Tunnel.
I'm Laura Mendoza. I'm a resident of Palm Springs for the last 9 years, and I moved here in part because of its proximity to nature. It's something I really value about living here, and I think all of these people do as well. Theodore Roosevelt said, "The habitat and wildlife cannot speak, so we must and we will." It was beautifully stated, the risks that this project would pose to all the wildlife that have made Oswego Canyon their homes for thousands and thousands of years. But I also want to bring up that in 2020, Governor Newsom issued an executive order called 3030 California, and the goal is to conserve 30% of our lands and waterways. And in my opinion, this bridge project stands in stark opposition to that goal. I think it's a goal that we should be proud of as Californians and that we should work to make happen, especially in this current political climate where so much of what we've worked hard for is going to be prevented by the current administration. And one of the guidelines that the project says to use is to use science in determining decisions. And I think that science, I have not seen anything where scientists and biologists, people who understand the geology, have stated that this is the best way to deal with what apparently is a public safety concern. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mike Wexler.
Hi, I'm Mike Wexler, 785 Boger Trail. An avid hiker who is in Oswego Canyon often. It breaks my heart to think that some of that land will be used in the way that's being proposed here. However, I have to support the bridge for one simple fact, and that is there are hundreds of people that live in that neighborhood, and as a matter of public safety, we need to make sure that no matter what the weather is like, that emergency vehicles can come and go into that area. What concerns me is that even though it's a very rare possibility, but I hate to see the day when we hear that someone does not get the attention that they need because there is a weather condition and emergency vehicles can just not get access to their homes. So I was hoping tonight that there'd be other solutions floated to this issue, but it seems like there's only two ways that we can go here. Either we build the bridge or we don't, and that's sad. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Stephen Tunnell.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Tunnell, and I live at 2696 South Sierra Madre, Palm Springs 92264. I've been a resident of the South Canyon for 25 years, and during that time, I've seen a flood over South Palm Canyon exactly one time. It was very exciting. We all drove up to look at it. But I was involved in the effort to save Oswego Canyon from development, and my understanding is the scale and size of this bridge was designed to help support the development that we stopped from taking place. If this proposed bridge goes forward, the construction and the length of time will, it seems, block hikers from access to the South Lichen Trail, which is very popular for tourists as well as local residents. I cannot tell you the number of people I have met from all over the world who hike South Lichen Trail and who have discovered Oswego Canyon and have been so impressed by the community grassroots effort that saved it. So I ask that if the bridge is not, if the plan is not eliminated entirely, that it be modified to help support the natural environment that we so enjoy. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Aaron Leiter, followed by Karen Miller, please.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to talk. I live at Belmonte, and for the last 8 years, to even believe that there's any threat to anybody by the water that flows onto the road there by Bogart Trail, it just seems very distorted. I'm not sure where this is even coming from. I've actually been asked, and I have gone out in the heaviest of rains, and there is never anything more than a quarter of an inch, half an inch of rain. And what I find really unique at this time that you guys are talking about building this expensive bridge is that we have a new project across the highway, and I have to drive all the way down to Date Palm and go up to get there because there's so many roads in Palm Springs you can't even cross right now. And there's all this attention on a road that no emergency vehicle has ever not been able to cross. No one in a car has not been able to cross. So something's afoot here. I don't understand it. I don't know why there's this hyper focus on it. I do understand, and I have spoke before, that it came to be, and I'm not sure why we supported a commercial enterprise, but it was created because of all the homes that were going to be built up in Oswego Canyon. Well, that didn't happen. So there's not all the sidewalks, there's not all the roads, there's not any of those items there anymore, and all of the water gets absorbed before it hits the road. And it just is not serious. No one is threatened by this. Emergency vehicles can get through that in a second. We can get through that in a car. And I'm going by 8 years of experience. I drive that road all the time. And there just is not, I'm from Michigan, guys, so I know what flooding is. I know when you're supposed to get out of your car and get out of the way really fast. This is not anything like that. And we've had such torrential rain at times, and there's just not happening. So I would ask that the council really investigate what's going on here. Something seems strange to me. That's where I'm in. Thank you for your time.
Karen Miller, followed by Bill Bliss.
Hi. My name is Karen Miller. I live in Andreas Palms off of Bogart Trail. And I have a different viewpoint than the gentleman before me. It seems that I've been through there since 1999, and I've seen a lot of water on the road area. I've seen boulders, and I've seen rocks, and I've seen debris. And I'm just going to talk a little bit about the event on Valentine's Day. I'm not going to give you the beginning, but I'm going to talk about, I was the third car to go through after the barriers were removed. And when I drove in my car, my SUV, I went down South Palm Canyon. There was a black pickup in front of me, and then there was another car that was in front of me. The water was very high. The water was going very, very fast, and I'm on my left onto Bogart Trail, and water came into my SUV, and I had nothing that I could do but to go forward. I went forward. I went through very high water, and I got to the other side, and there was a fire truck on the other side, and they were going to arrest me for driving through. And I said, why are you going to do this? The barriers were down. Well, it turned out they were removed illegally. Somebody had removed the barriers. There were no firemen, there were no police, there was nobody there to make sure that the barriers were up. So the barriers were removed, and I drove through. It was a terrifying experience. I was 77 years old, and I don't think anybody should have to live through that. And I think there are people in this room that maybe have never seen water there, but I have seen it many times since 1999. This is a human safety issue. This is a life safety issue. There's approximately 700 homes in this area. I know we've talked about the 100 homes that were going to be built, but there are 700 existing homes with probably 1,500 people at any given time that could be living in them. This is not to take away from the animals. This is to create a project that's going to protect people. We live in a huge fire district area up there, as you know, you all I'm sure know. This is about human life and a life safety. And that's what I think you have to think about today. Is my time up?
Yeah, it's your time.
Thank you very much.
Bill Bliss, followed by Synep Graves.
Thank you for your time. Again, my name is Bill Bliss. I live off of Bogart Trail in South Palm Springs. I drive by the location of the proposed bridge every day, multiple times, often multiple times per day. And I have only seen significant amount of water there once since 2016. It was the Valentine's Day storm in 2017. And yes, there was some standing water that you couldn't get through. But actually, it wasn't on South Palm Canyon. It was on Bogart Trail. There's an area just right near where that bridge is that flooded. And that's where the water was. And it didn't come from Oswego Canyon. It came from Alta and the field next to it. And you can tell because that's where all the sand that blocked the road came from. It was from Alta from Palm Canyon area. But anyway, I understand why this might have been necessary given the housing development that was going to be in Oswald Canyon. But as people have said, that's not happening anymore. And so I honestly do not have any idea what problem this bridge is trying to solve. I have a very good idea of what problems it will solve when it's being built, and of course the risk to the wildlife, as many people have pointed out. So I would really like to find out what problem this is trying to solve, because it doesn't solve any kind of problem that I see today. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Sinep Graves, followed by Jane Garrison.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Zainab Graves, and I'm here as a desert resident and on behalf of the Center for Biological Diversity. We respectfully urge the City of Palm Springs to deny items 1K and 3B or delay these items until further environmental review can be done. Substantial evidence from residents and conservation groups show that Oswald Canyon alluvial fan, now permanently conserved, has become important wildlife habitat for endangered peninsular bighorn sheep, bobcats, and other wildlife. Thanks to extensive restoration efforts, more than a dozen bighorn sheep have been observed there, engaging in natural behaviors like feeding and resting, an unmistakable and amazing change in circumstance. The low water crossing bridge replacement project was designed to serve the large development that many people have talked about, and that's no longer going to be built. Yet we're still advancing an oversized project based on a 2012 environmental analysis that is now badly outdated given these changes in circumstances. It does not reflect the conservation status of the canyon, the restored habitat, or the increased use in the area by these sensitive species, including the endangered bighorn sheep. Given these changes in condition, the new evidence, we respectfully urge the city to either deny these items, that's 1K and 3B, or at a minimum, conduct a new environmental review before proceeding. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you so much. So many points were already made. I'll try to make it brief. Just something, one of the important points is that city records show when roads are closed, and we can look at those city records and see that it's been zero twice in over 25 years, but not in the last 12 years. In 2001, a drainage report was required by the city to the developer who was developing Oswald Canyon. This was the footprint that the drainage report was required to do. It was supposed to come up with how the developer was going to handle putting this development in the canyon. And I've read the entire drainage report and all the city documents from that time. The developer came up with a flood control bridge project that is on the agenda today. The footprint is the same exact. The interesting thing that I found in the city documents is that the developer was going to be paying the difference of what the federal government would give the city to build this bridge project and what the cost would actually be. So the city wouldn't have any money out because it was 100% helping the developer with the development. But this project got rebranded as a safety issue for the neighborhoods that are already back there once Oswald Canyon is now in conservation. So we fast forward and we look at the work that's been done in Oswald Canyon. An old road was removed, so now we don't have water going onto Bogart anymore because we hired an engineer who advised us to take that old road out. We took that out. We also, the berm has been raised. There's been no soil samples done. There's been no on-site looking to see what has changed in that area. No updated environmentals on the sheep. We have over 120 individuals who reached out who oppose this project. We need meetings with the neighborhoods. The Sierra Club opposes it. They matter. Center for Biological Diversity, who's doing incredible work for all of us nationwide, their opinion matters. The Sierra Club, the Bighorn Institute, Oswald Land Trust.
Your time is up. Thank you very much. Sherry Diamond, you're next. And then followed by... Sherry Diamond is followed by Ed Doobie.
Hello, everybody. I'm part of the Oswett Land Trust group to protect the area, and I know you're all familiar with it. I've been listening to many people, and I don't want to have to repeat what they've said. I agree with so much of it. But I did write a little letter, and I'm going to read it to you because I don't do really well speaking. And what I was sending to you guys was it said, "Dear the City Council members of Palm Springs, my special city, I am writing to you regarding an important topic that was in your plan to vote on today. It is subject to the unneeded potential bridge at South Palm Canyon and Bogart Trail. The people who live in my Andreas Hills neighborhood were not made aware of what is being planned. Those of us who live close to South Palm Canyon would be the most affected by the long construction process. There have been positive changes that were done to improve the area for when there are days with excess water. I have owned my home and have lived on Bogart Trail for 25 years. Except for 1 year, we have not had a flood problem. It is very important for us to protect the local natural environment and the special animals who live in this area. If the city wants to use a huge amount of money to make so-called improvements, there are many other important problems in the city that money should be spent on. It would also be helpful for those of us who live on Bogart Trail for something to be done about the speeding traffic, which is very dangerous. And I appreciate any input and understanding. I was there also when it was flooded in 2019, 16, 17. Well, I remember it was on Valentine's Day, and it was unusual that we would have flooding. I was watching the cars back up in front
Sherry,
of.
your time is up. Thank you very much. Ed Doobie, you're next up. Thank you.
Hello. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Ed Doobie. I'm a resident of Canyon Estates HOA in District 5. I don't envy you tonight. You're caught between a rock and a hard place in terms of what is public safety and yet a very environmentally sensitive area in Palm Springs. You've heard advocacy from the people in Oswett through public testimony tonight and the letters that came in. What I want to ask you guys are two things that have to do with the financial side of this project. One, if I read correctly, the attachment, the project still needs $2.6 million that has to come from Measure A and other pots of money. I'm assuming that's what you guarantee tonight, and I'm asking the council to, and maybe this is something that Chrissy used to do very well, maybe Naomi, who ran Measure J, can explain to us, but are these funds that are Caltrans funds that come from the federal government safe from Donald Trump and from the games that are being played? Second, I worry about the contingencies shown on this project because we're looking at a major supply chain disruption, all sorts of impact on revenue to Palm Springs. We've already seen flights canceled to Canada, et cetera. We're up against not only the insanity in the supply chain nationwide, but in California. Both Pacific Palisades and Altadena, they're going to be in contention with us for demand of materials and stuff. I've done capital projects for the World Bank in countries all over the world in volatile situations. I'm very concerned that we have funded this correctly. Thank you for your time.
Madam Clerk, do we have any online?
Can I ask one quick question? I've never seen actually physically where this bridge is going on a map or anything else.
Maybe we'll see that when we get the staff report today.
We have one person online.
Okay, who is that?
It's going to be Lisa Belinky.
All right, Lisa, can you hear us?
Hello?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I mean, because You can hear me, okay. Well, I'll just, I'm going to, good morning, good afternoon, actually. My name is Lisa Belenke. I'm an attorney with the Center. Thank you for taking my comments on the South Palm Canyon Drive Bridge project. As part of my work for this center, I've been working to protect the peninsular bighorn sheep and their habitat for more than 20 years. These two decisions before you, 1K and 3B, are discretionary decisions related to this project, which cannot go forward without these approvals. Because this is an important point, because this is part of why you need to do additional environmental review before you make any decision today. The 2012 mitigated negative declaration, which is relied on in the staff reports, although it was not provided to the public, did not address much of the new information and changed circumstances, which of course were not known at that time. There's substantial evidence in the record before you today, people submitted comments and photos and other information that shows that there will be a greater effect of this project than was previously considered. It is important that these extensive habitat restoration in the area, including the removal of an old road and that hardened surface, which changes the hydrology of the area, and the other restoration throughout the canyon, which includes the city-owned 3-acre site, will change the effect of the project as well as the need of the project. And as has been mentioned by many other commenters, the increased use of the site by peninsular bighorn sheep and other wildlife will change the impacts of the project. The CEQA guidelines are very clear about this. It's 14 Cal Code Regulation 15162, and it triggers the duty of the city to again look at this issue when there's new information and changed circumstances regarding a project.
Thank you, Lisa. We have a late arrival, Scott Conley.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Here we are again with our favorite canyon, Oswald Canyon. I was one of the, years and years ago, I was collecting signatures over by Vaughn's, and we got so much positive impact. Well, you know how positive and popular Oswald Canyon and these open spaces are. So I'm here to urge you to help us protect the sensitive area. We know it'll disrupt the vital ecosystems that support the native species and provide natural wildlife corridor in this area. It would pose a significant threat to the fragile ecosystem and the habitat. The area is one of the few remaining natural corridors in our city, and it's one of the probably a really bragging area for the city. It gets a lot of use right next to the South Palm Canyon. So as we know, areas like this are increasingly popular. So thank you. I urge you to pause the project and reconsider and help us protect it. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, Scott. Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers?
No further speakers.
All right, thank you all. Next item is the consent calendar. I will entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar without items C, G, E, H, and K, which were removed for separate discussion or a later vote. Do we have a motion? And a second. There we go. Thank you. May we have a staff report on item 1C, please?
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Teresa Gallivan, Assistant City Manager. I've just got a couple of slides to share with you and this staff report. If we can get those up on the screen, great. So this item is to provide you with a report on the City Council Strategic Planning Session of March 7th. And this report on council priorities will help staff prioritize items for the upcoming budget And by incorporating these goals from the council into the budget process, we also obtain public input. The city council in the strategic planning session updated the strategic plan for the city, and you all retained 2 existing principles of sustainability and social equity as overarching principles of our governance and how we move forward. And you created 4 broad goals that guide the organization in decision-making and resource allocation. Those broad goals are economic development, public safety and community services, infrastructure and facilities, and housing. The council also added a foundation to all the goals of the city, and that is the foundation of financial and organizational well-being. Furthermore, the council determined 6 items for enhanced areas of focus. Those include the convention center modernization and seamless connectivity to downtown, airport modernization, enhanced efforts on deferred maintenance, updating the zoning code, economic development planning, and affordable housing. And that ends the staff report. I'd be happy to answer any questions or receive any additional clarification discussion from council. Thank you.
Councilmember Bernstein.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I pulled this because I thought the public should have an opportunity to hear council's thoughts on going into this visioning and strategic session. And I wanted just to share a couple of things that I had thought about. And really, it's sort of the integration, how all of these actually work together. And when we think about our economic development, sustainability is key. We have climate issues in our city, as we've seen from extreme heat and sand and hurricanes. So, all of this ties together, and if we don't sort of think about activities and how we sustain our environment as we go forward, it's an issue. And similarly, everything involves public safety, and we've seen this, with our bridge projects and the sand and how it is having a real impact on us. I was particularly focused, and the mayor and I are working on economic development, and I think one of the things that we are seeing is our need to really strengthen and double down on tourism, which we know is our key driver, but to look at other areas that we can grow. And we've been working specifically on tech as a key area. We live in an environment where we seem to have this rich tech talent that has come to Palm Springs from other places where they've either retired or don't want to be, and this is a real opportunity to grow a new economic vibrancy to our community that doesn't require large campuses, that requires intellectual help, and actually will really help our children. So we're seeing AI on the horizon, and right now our socially disadvantaged kids are not disadvantaged in that field because it's so new, and if we take advantage of the talent that we have here, it could really help us go forward and help not only help our kids, but also create a workforce for our community. I've also, as we see issues with international tourism and happening these days, we should be reminded of this incredibly rich arts and culture community that we have in Palm Springs. And I talk about this a lot, the number of museums and theaters and film festivals and live music venues and dance, and that this is a place where there's a dozen things to do every week. And so when people do travel, this is a place they want to come to. But more importantly, we're also seeing these as economic drivers. There's actually real jobs in arts and culture. It's one of the leading job growth areas in our area. And it also leads to quality of life. So I think there's more room for that to grow. And obviously we have green energy, healthcare, and other general economic development. And so I think, as we see uncertainty in the future, we should be reminded that through this strategic plan and visioning that council is very focused on keeping our community safe and growing forward, and keeping the quality of life here that makes Palm Springs truly unique. And I think as each topic comes up, there's always controversy, but keeping this long-term vision in mind will go a long way to developing this city that really is like no place else. So I just wanted to open with some comments, but ask my other council members if they wanted to share their thoughts during the visioning session.
Any other discussion or questions of staff, council? You don't get 2 times at the pass? No. Oh, all right. I was just expecting. All right, may I entertain a motion to accept, item 1C? Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Bernstein. Thank you. Staff report on item 1G, please. Oh, E and H also.
Item 1E, is that correct? Oh, G. Thank you.
I called G, but if you're doing E, that's perfectly fine.
Okay. I'm doing both of them, so
Yeah,
whichever
well,
whichever one.
Go for it.
All right, so we'll go ahead and go with 1G. So good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Victoria Carpenter. I'm the Airport Administration Manager at Palm Springs International Airport. So the staff report for item 1G is requesting that council approve a consulting services agreement with Kaplan Kirsch for an agreement not to exceed $2.7 million for a total of 3 years with 2 one-year extensions. What this is a specialized legal counsel services for Palm Springs Airport that can help Palm Springs Airport specialize in anything that is related to federal rules and regulations that have to do with the Federal Administration Agency, TSA, and any other kind of projects that we have coming up with our airport master plan. As you and the community are aware, we went through a master planning process. We're actually still in that master planning process where we're doing our environmental portion of it right now. This legal services will be able to help specialize with those environmentals that are specialized for airports specifically. So we have many projects that are coming up that will require some relocation of some existing facilities on the airport, such as Signature Aviation, which we're proposing to relocate to the other side of the airport. So those are some negotiations that we're going to have to work with our legal counsel to help us negotiate the best deal for the airport and for the services that our fixed base operation provides us. This is something that we intend to go into place effective after council reviews and approves, but I'm available for any questions if you have any.
Councilmember Reddy.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, my concern with this is creating an additional $900,000 a year for the airport that isn't currently being expended. Part of my concern is, this is the vast majority of airport legal work is covered under the actual fee that we pay the city attorney now. So I'm a little concerned about, the duplication. So we're already paying for it with our city attorney. When the city attorney requires outside specific help for FAA specifics, obviously they get that outside specific expertise as they need it. So, when I see the parking rates, you want to later in the agenda raise the parking rates from $20 to $26 a day. And the idea of our airport has always been that our fees have been lower than Ontario and Long Beach and LA, and it's a more friendly airport. Keeping our parking fees down was an important part of that. Also raising the TNC fees. So again, that goes to the fact that is the airport that strapped for money that it needs to raise those fees? That's a separate issue. But adding $900,000 a year now that we don't have now to the airport budget, I think is pretty significant. The other thing that I saw in the contract was that this attorney is going to be attending the airport commission meetings, and just from my personal experience of attending airport commission meetings for 20 years and as an attorney, rarely, if ever, did any legal questions come up. And if they did, we would consult with the city attorney, which we're already paying for that, and we'd get the answer. Again, if it needed to be specialized, he would like for other specialized work, the city attorney's firm would get that specialization. Also, the commission is advisory only, and so I just don't understand the need for that kind of legal assistance. Because when you look at the rates, they range from like 400 to 700. So let's just say you had the mid-range 550, they're going to take a couple hours to prepare, a couple hours minimum to be at the meeting, travel time per diem. So you're paying basically the attorney $4,000 or $5,000 every meeting that you don't have to pay now. So that's one. But the bottom line is, and if you do go forward, who would be actually monitoring that what is in our current contract with the city attorney under their normal monthly retainer for legal services, because most of it is tenancy and things of that nature. It could be obviously union issues, et cetera. But I understand completely for the FAA specific, we've always been able to get that legal help in the past and we pay for it as needed. My concern is adding additional $900,000 to the airport budget every year that in my estimation doesn't seem to be required. So anyway, that's my thoughts on it, and I just wanted the rest of the council to know.
Thank you, sir. Do we have other discussion or questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, is there any reaction to those questions? Are we duplicating?
Councilmember Bernstein, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I interrupt you? Please, forgive me. Go on.
No, it's a fair question. I'd love to hear a reaction, and then I have a question.
Sure. So we actually did coordinate this with our existing city attorney and BBK, because we currently do have one person that's assigned to the airport. So we do, over the year, we have expended over $125,000 in legal fees to BBK. So we understand that, BBK is our general counsel for a municipal government. We're really looking for something that's a little bit more specialized. And we are going to be continuing to work with BBK on some of these items that relate to the city. We are, considering different strategies for the capital improvement projects that we have planned for the future. Our first phase is in the multi-million dollars. So we're trying to strategize ways that we can fund these projects. And so potentially going out to bonds or even a public-private partnership, if that's something that we decide on doing. As council, we want to make sure that we're getting all the expertise and feedback that we need from a specialized city attorney. City legal counsel. So you asked the question of who's monitoring the current contract with the city. So again, we'd be coordinating with the city manager's office, because I believe they're the ones that are coordinating that with city legal, and we'll just make sure that we're not expecting to expend $900,000. That is an amount not to exceed. We're definitely going to budget for it. For instance, we're asking for council to appropriate $75,000 through the end of this year from our fund balance. Our fund balance is about $65 million. We do anticipate to budget for it next fiscal year and the next fiscal year, but we're not anticipating on spending all of it. It just depends on the priorities that we have coming up for the CIP. So we do intend to continue working with our current city attorney.
I would just concur that the airport division has worked closely with our office in procuring these proposed services. I don't, in my conversations with airport staff, I don't envision the folks from Kaplan Kirch attending all of the commission meetings. Currently, the city attorney's office staffs that under our retainer. Just to monitor compliance with Brown Act and governance issues. We would continue to do that. There may be occasions when Kaplan Kirsch may have to zoom in for a specific issue on a commission meeting, but not regular attendance at those meetings. In terms of oversight, I would envision this occurring similar to what we do with our outside counsel for litigation and human resource employment and labor work, which is I review all of those invoices from our outside counsel before they're submitted to city staff for reimbursement. So I look at them for reasonableness. Staff reviews them to make sure that the services were actually performed. So there is some oversight from both the city attorney's office as well as city staff.
Thank you for that, Veronica. You mentioned that you're not anticipating spending or needing up to 900,000 every year. Do you have any expectations or forecasts as to year one, we might need half or 2/3 that? Year two, we're anticipating needing. How should we think about kind of that expense forecast over those 3 years?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, and my name is Victoria Carpenter. That's okay. So we anticipate working with the legal counsel to let them know what projects we have anticipated. So after, and we want to include that in the next fiscal year's budget. So as you're aware, we are currently going through our 2-year budget. So we want to make sure that we include those expenses in the next 2-year budget. So we do need to work with them on that still. Some of the things that that's a large project is potentially a temporary Customs and Border Patrol building. So just getting those negotiations and having the oversight of legal counsel helping us with that, that's going to be one item that we're working on. So we'll get with them, we'll communicate that to them with what our projects are, and then they'll be able to give us proposals, and we'll be able to include that in our next 2-year budget to bring to council for approval.
No, I think I answered. You answered my question. So, and a lot of this will have to do with our expansion. That's why something has changed over in the past. So.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Ray.
Okay. So you'd said that you'd spent about $130,000 for legal fees?
Yes, through BBK.
Right, through BB&K. So, and maybe this is the city attorney, is there a reason why you don't want to do this through your office like you do other specialized work for litigation and things of that nature? And the reason I ask is just because then you're able to know what's already within, we're paying for you to do in your fee, and then what's not. You would be the one determining that, and not airport staff, because they really don't have the ability to do that.
That's a fair question. So in terms of the types of legal services that are being requested from this firm, these are really highly expertise type services. Our firm obviously specializes in municipal law, and we're familiar with aviation law. But in terms of the high level FAA, Department of Homeland Security stuff, our firm simply doesn't have the same expertise as this law firm does. And so I'm certainly happy to work with them in terms of determining those. And again, I'll be reviewing these invoices. So if I see that the airport is using this firm for kind of, lower level, kind of routine legal services, then I can bring that to the attention of staff, and we can make sure that that is course corrected. This firm is really for the high level aviation expertise that they bring to the firm or to the city. And I should say, we work with this firm in other communities. We're familiar with them, and they are specialized and have expertise that our firm simply doesn't have.
Well, and just to put a finer point out to ask you, so what's the problem with you working them as basically instead of a contract with us for $900,000, you actually contract with them as we do other specialized legal services? We just do it through the city attorney's office.
That's one possibility. I'll say, for example, for our labor and employment with Liebert Cassidy, we have a separate contract directly with the city and Liebert. For some of our special litigation services, we directly contract between the city and that law firm. So we could do it under my firm's agreement, or we could do it directly like we do with labor and employment and litigation.
Yeah, and the difference being the Liebert Cassidy, the personnel, that's citywide, that's business every day, that's constant, and I get that. This is much more specialized. So at a minimum, I guess I would move to amend that if this is important, and I'm not convinced it is now, and again, thank you for your argument has merit. I'm just concerned that we're adding $900,000 to the airport budget that we don't need, and if you have it, it's going to be spent. And what my experience is when we have these contracts outside the city attorney's office, because I've seen this over and over again. Someone at the airport's going to ask them a question. Great, we'll get right on it. And they get the answer, and next thing you know, they got a bill for $10,000. So that's my concern. If it's run through the city attorney's office, the city attorney can decide whether it's specialized or not, whether it's already in his contract or not, and the city attorney and the city manager then decide, yes, this is something we need specialized work for, and it's worth paying $30,000. That's generally my concern. But if we do go this route, I guess I would offer an amendment to this. That
Well, we got to get a motion first, then you can amend.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you. So it sounds like the concern is mostly on that $900,000, and that is a big jump from about $150,000 a year. Obviously, the capital projects, everything is going to be ramping up, but that does seem like a big leap. I'm wondering if either of you can discuss kind of where that number came from and why it wasn't a smaller number.
Absolutely. So that was something that we actually considered, given the fact that over the last year and when we did the analysis of the legal services, is that a lot of these were just kind of off-the-shelf templates. We've worked with BBK to help us create some off-the-shelf templates, revise some existing templates that were in place. So for leases is what I'm talking about, for revenue leases, not for service agreements that the city has. So, because the airport has over 40 revenue leases that we have, ranging from ground leases to concessions leases to airline leases. So, for instance, our airport use and lease agreement is something that we recently negotiated about a year ago. So, so a lot of those fees were for based off of standard templates, getting to your point, Councilmember Reddy, just getting some general questions answered through BBK. So a lot of that was it was specialized for airports, but it wasn't specialized for the larger projects that we're about to encounter because of the airport expansion. So we based that on, we used that number that we received from BBK over the last year of expenses, and we projected out on what we think based off of these projects are going to be, and based off of the rates that were included in the agreement that was negotiated when we went out to RFP. So this was just a guess for us. Like I said, we are going to go and actually finalize these numbers. This is just a contracted amount. That doesn't mean that we're going to actually spend $900,000 a year. It says that we could technically pay Kaplan Kirsch up to 2.7 over the course of the term, but we are still going to budget for the appropriate amounts in fiscal year 26 and 27, which could potentially not be 900,000. So, and that will just be something that we'll develop over the next couple of months. Well, really sooner than that, because we got to get the budget to you guys next month. So,
Thank you. To the city attorney, in terms of your office, handling these issues and kind of running this firm through you, how do you feel that would work? Do you think that's something that your office is able to handle, or do you think that would cause more inefficiencies down the line?
It's one more administrative thing that our office would be handling. I think that, making, as long as I in my office, it is me, review the bills every month, I think the same purposes would be served, whether it's directly contracted with the city or through BBK.
Okay, thank you.
There'd be that level of review.
I appreciate that. Legal fees can certainly get very high. I do absolutely see the need for this in terms of having that specialized focus. You also end up wasting a lot of time and money with legal fees when someone's trying to figure it out because they're not specialists. Oftentimes with specialists, you can get an answer very quickly because they have answered this question over and over and over again for their other clients. So there is a lot of value in having specialized legal services, especially when we're going through such a huge airport renovation. So I'm very curious to hear, Councilmember Reddy, what your amendment might be to this. But while it does seem like a huge jump in terms of cost, I do trust that the city attorney's office will be making sure that these expenses are reasonable and making adjustments as needed. But I would really like to see those numbers that are far more clear on what actually will be spent, because I don't think any of us want to see a jump from $150,000 to $900,000 within one fiscal year. That does seem like it would be an excessive amount that's being spent. So having some clarity on that is very much needed.
Absolutely, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, I just wanted to comment. I think Councilmember Reddy makes some terrific comments about this. One of the things I do is I attend a lot of the airport commission meetings, and the points that you raise merit a lot of thought on our part to really think about how legal services are contracted out. And I think by the mere fact that you're raising this issue now is going to cause the administrative staff to really think about and be very protective about when we incur the expenses of this particular firm for very specialized airport related services. So, you know, one of the other things that we'd be happy to do for the council is maybe report back at a later time after the first year and report back about how did we do? Did we really use them that much? These are not to exceed numbers. And, you know, certainly it'd be a red flag for me if even after the first year we were starting to exceed those numbers and spend a lot more than we thought. I would certainly think I'd be having some conversations with the city attorney and the airport director about, you know, how are we doing? Why are we doing this? Are we managing this the right way? So I think there's some also ways that we can follow up and share further information with council going forward on this issue.
Okay, to further discussion, do we have a motion and a second? Then we can discuss amendment. Seconded by? We have a second?
Are we doing a motion just as it is or with a change?
Well, there's no amendment yet because we don't have anything on the table.
I offer a substitution. A substitute.
Yeah. You want a substitute? Okay.
Yes.
Seconded by David Reddy, Councilmember Reddy. Additional discussion and comment.
So what I would offer is a substitution, if this is important. What I would suggest is that you said you did about 130,000 extra over what is in the city's attorney's monthly retainer of what you would normally do. So I would suggest that we do this for 200,000, and if in fact you do use that, and at that point we're going to get some experience, the city attorney and city manager are going to be reviewing it. You can always come back for an amendment to a budget amendment to the contract. That would be my substitute motion, Mr. Mayor.
I appreciate that, but where are you getting 200? Why not 250? Why 200?
Well, because you indicate you spent 130 this year, last year, and there's no problem with expanding it once they hit that 200,000. It's just a number.
Yeah.
But by that point, we'll have a good history of knowing what those kind of expenses are, what those bills look like, how it's being used, and that gives us a little more oversight over it and the city attorney and the city manager as this is a new thing. Because again, jumping up $900,000, I think it's hard to justify that. Let's go to 200, see what happens, and if in fact we need every bit of it, then there's nothing preventing us from adding to that later on.
What about year 3?
Well, no, that's, we're approving this contract for $200,000. It doesn't have to be 3 years. There's no reason it has to be a 3-year term. If we like them after the first year, we extend it 2 years. Because on here, it's 3 years with 2 years extension without even coming back to city council. That's just not good management practice. So that's 5 years with 2 years we're not even seeing. So what I would suggest is that we give them a sort of a trial period, and we do 200,000.
Yeah. Okay.
And if it's good, we like it, we see we need it, we can extend as long as we like.
All right, that sounds logical to me. Other council discussion on the substitution?
Can we do that under the existing RFP? We can just change what the contract is? Okay.
And so are we changing, for clarification, we're not changing the term of this contract, or we are changing the term just for it to be 1 year. So we're
Well, you can leave it, well, there's this discussion with the city attorney. You can leave the term exactly as it is, because we have a 30-day, I presume 30-day cancellation for convenience. I presume we have a 30-day cancellation for
Yeah,
convenience?
Councilman, we're just struggling a little bit with the mechanics of it. So over what period of time are we talking about? Is it 200,000 over the next 6 months? Is it 200,000 over the next 5 months?
There's a couple ways to do it. You can approve it as it is and fund it at $200,000.
For the first year?
Period, for the entire term. So once they hit that 200,000, let's say it's in 6 months, they're going to come back to council and say, we're going to see what's occurred. Now we're going to request an addition. We think we need an additional 500,000 for the rest of the year.
Well, they will come back at some point if it's
Yes.
only 200,000.
Yes, that's the point. That's the point.
Okay.
Because at that point, we're going to see what the track record is, what they're using it for, and we'll be able to determine and see, well, what is this that's already currently being paid for into the city attorney, what's being specialized, and then we'll have a better feel for it. But that's just my
Yeah,
substitution.
no, that's good. Other comment on the substitution? Councilmember Garner.
Just for the city attorney and for Victoria, retaining specialized services is often an increase in cost in terms of the hourly rates. So are the hourly rates a lot higher than what you were used to before? Is there a need for us to budget more than $200,000 for this to actually be effective? What I understand what Councilmember Reddy is saying in terms of a trial period, but it also should be a meaningful amount so that we can really see what's needed and what's not needed, if the costs are already going to be higher. If they're the same as what you've been doing, then I can get along with that, but.
Their hourly rates are higher than ours, even for specialized services. I think they're in the $500 to $600 range for their specialized legal services, whereas ours, I think, are in the 300s. So that $200,000 is going to go faster with this firm than it would with ours, again, because they have more expertise. So it sounds like if we put kind of a not to exceed $200,000, we'd probably be coming back to the council relatively soon, probably within the first year, I would guess, easily.
Councilmember Reddy. And I think Councilmember Gardner, you had raised the question, would this hinder us? Maybe if we were to go through the city attorney's office, but maybe that could be something that would make you feel comfortable, Councilmember Reddy. Just a suggestion is that we do run everything through the city attorney's office, and for any kind of legal services, and then this is where the city attorney could say, hey, you guys probably should utilize Kaplan Kirsch for your services. So like for the smaller items, for instance, the things that we've been working on over the last year, maybe some of the templates that, may need some review, or like the staff reports or something like that. Maybe that's something that we always run everything through city attorney's office, and then they're the ones that kind of give us that guidance to, all right, you can utilize the specialized services of Kaplan Kirsch. Would that be an option?
That's fine. If I hear what you're saying, that's the easiest thing, because then you wouldn't need a contract at all, because it would all run through the city attorney's office, and it would, whatever it is, there is no limit.
Well,
just FYI.
Well, it would be running it through the city attorney's office, but then them saying, hey, okay, go ahead and utilize the specialized services for what you're trying to do here.
Yeah, I understand.
So the
you
challenge.
Can make it 300,000. Yeah. I think an initial number is important more than the 900,000.
Yeah, I without doubt, any doubt, I agree with that. So I heard 300,000 come out.
Because keep in mind, 130,000 is what we spent this year.
Yeah.
And with lower rates. And you got the top rate here of $6.95 an hour. So.
And also for different projects. So those were not projects that were related to the expansion of the airport.
Right, but what are the but again, the specialty legal services for the expansion project. They're not doing the general legal work for that. That's not what's required. You need it to disentangle specific FAA rules and regulations. My sense, what I'm hearing is you're going to be using them for a lot more than that that's not really needed. So, but again, I may be wrong. You guys need to do your thing. But I'm just saying, if we did it a smaller amount, less than 900,000 to begin with, we'd have a sense of what it is, and then we could all feel comfortable going forward with it. So I would amend the amendment to 300,000.
So we've got an amendment of 300,000. Is there a second on that amendment?
Okay.
$300.
300 versus 900,000 for the next 2 years.
So it's 5 years. It's 5 years, technically. 3 and 1. Or you could change the term for a year.
Is this going to hinder operations for our expansion at all?
We do have a lot that's going to be coming up over the next year with the airport master plan. I don't think any of us know for certain. Obviously, nobody on council, my office, anybody wants to slow things down because, you know, it's going to take a lot longer to contract with to get legal advice on different things. I was speaking with the city attorney about whether or not, if it's more of an issue, if council is more comfortable with Councilman Reddy's idea of stuff going through the city attorney's office. I don't hear a huge objection from Ms. Carpenter either. So I don't think now I should mention that the city attorney gets lots and lots of invoices all the time that he's reviewing. So he even, I think, mentioned he's got a lot on his plate right now. But we do want to manage this effectively, and we do want to use these services for very specialized aviation purposes. So I think in a roundabout way, if it makes council feel better to have everything go through the city attorney's office, and then you'd feel more comfortable with the contract written as is, that would probably be the easiest for us, and we would still, maybe you would still want us to come back and report out on how much we're incurring these specialized services, even if the city attorney is reviewing them and monitoring them. So those are my observations.
Yeah, and I think that would be putting a lot more onto the city attorney. So my concern is not seeing the timeline and the project management timeline to see where these monies over the next 2 years, 3 years are going to fit into the plan going forward.
Yeah.
So if we know we're going to have 900,000 in legal expense in next year because the scope of work is calling that out, then I think that's a different thing that we need to hear tonight. But if we don't even know what that scope of work is going to be yet, I'd be much more prepared to approve a 300,000 and have the team come back with very specific numbers for the following 2 years. Yeah, go ahead.
So I'll tell you what, I mean, this was supposed to be for up to $900,000. So conceptually, what I would say is if we're actually moving fast on this big project, which is the biggest project we've ever done in the whole Coachella Valley, then I don't want this to hinder things in any way. I'd also agree with Councilmember Reddy where I don't want it to be like if they're giving them $900,000, they're just going to spend it. And so I like the idea that somehow our city attorney's office is monitoring everything very closely and you're reporting back to us, as long as we're not going to say, well, we used up all our legal fees and now we're ready to talk to the FAA, but we have to get this renewed and we got to wait till we go before council. And that's my concern, is that it hinders the progress of this, that we're trying to move very fast. So If there's a way that it can go through the city attorney's office, and it does mean a little bit more work, that everything is monitored, and you report back, then I have less of an issue with the 900,000 than if there's totally hands-off.
Well, could I add to that, Mayor? Well, if we're relying on new legal services to do the projects, then we're in bigger trouble than that, because then you're going to need 2 million for the year, but that's not what they're supposed to be doing, number one. Number two, the easiest thing, if you want to just have the city attorney do it, you don't even need this contract. City attorney can contract with this other firm for whatever amount he wants without limit, or without a contract. It's under his current agreement. So that's why I'm saying that that's the check in the system. He governs what it is. So he's making the decisions with the city manager of this is important to do or not for these expenses. Again, either way is fine. It's just, all I'm saying is just, if this is a new model you want to do for specialized, I'm just concerned they're going to be using it for things they don't need to, and that's why they're asking, that's the 900,000. And again, this is not necessarily coming from staff, this is coming from those attorneys. So that's my observations.
Any other thoughts? All right, we've got a substitution with a motion, but no second. Well, I'm assuming Councilmember Reddy made the motion on the substitution.
Motion, and yes.
Yeah, so we need a second or the item dies. Okay.
We don't want it to die.
No, the substitution, the
Oh, the
amendment.
substitution, oh, yeah.
Okay, the amendment is dead, so do we have a motion to accept the recommendation as presented by staff? We need a motion.
So my alternate is to say that we move forward with this, but have everything go through the city manager and report back on a regular basis to council on how we're spending the money and if this is making sense. Is that a possibility?
Well, could we clarify, what does it mean, go through the city manager?
That everything that is contracted out is gone through the city manager first to assure that it's appropriate to go through an outside specialist. I mean, city attorney, I apologize.
So you're asking me that before staff asked this attorney's firm, they're asking the city attorney and not the firm?
Or concurrently, so that the city attorney can say.
So the city attorney has to approve it, in essence?
In essence, yes.
Well, and let me just add, on items like this, the city attorney and I speak about stuff like this all the time because we're paying attention to budgets and everything else. So if the city attorney was working through this and for some reason there was some major legal case we were involved in to recoup some money or something related to customs or something like that, and it was going to take a great deal of outside legal specialized legal services, knowing that we're having this conversation here today, I would think we would be briefing you on that and keeping you apprised. And so, but we're happy to report back, and certainly the city attorney can report back to you directly.
Yeah, and certainly if he reviews it, so that we're not suddenly surprised to say, oh yeah, we found out last year they were hiring them to do minor things. So, and I don't think that would happen, obviously, because you're working very closely with the airport on a regular basis anyway. But that would be my substitution, that we leave it as it is, but everything goes through the city attorney and we report back to us.
Mayor Pro Tem.
That works. I'm not opposed to that. I think not to add another substitution, but another consideration would be to have it just be a 1 year at the amounts that you're recommending. And from there, we will have a better insight as to what year 2, 3, and then the +1 could be. Like, so that way we're not coming back in 3 or 4 months and discussing this again. We have a full year, and we can, and in some of those modernization projects, we'll have a little bit more time to cost those out as to what the legal costs would be. That's something to consider.
Well,
Fine.
Councilmember Gardner.
Jeffrey said I have to pick one. I think the Mayor Pro Tem makes a good point. It helps. What I really don't want to see is to have the airport have to come back very soon and in the middle of a project that's just not reasonable right now, especially with everything that's going on. So I think a year at the requested amount, making sure that we have good eyes on it from our city attorney as well, and reporting to us so that we understand what's going on. I think that would make everyone feel a bit better. But I do think, I cannot stress enough how important it will be that we have specialized legal service for the airport while it is undergoing this project. That is essential.
Mayor, may I ask a clarifying question to that substitute? Would we have the option to also extend the term of that contract past a year with the same provider?
I think that's what council wants to review. So,
Without another procurement RFP process?
oh, without, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got an amendment that I think is coming out loudest between Councilmember Gardner and Mayor Pro Tem to accept staff recommendation with the modifications of $900,000 in year one and approved by legal counsel. Okay, so let's get a motion on, yep.
Yeah. Well, after your motion, I'll discuss.
Let's get a motion on that substitution. Second. Okay, discussion, Councilmember Reddy.
So I don't necessarily agree with this. I will support it for 1 year as opposed to the 5-year, and you won't have to rebid it. It would just be an extension. But it would come back to council. But I do want to make clear is we have specialized FAA attorney services now as needed. Is that correct, City Attorney?
To some extent, yes, we do.
That's run through your office?
Yes.
Okay. So again, and that was about 135,000 is what you said this year. So that was the reason for the lesser amount. But I will go, if it's support that 1 year, I will do the 1 year and then we will review it. But I do like the idea of it will be running through the city attorney. So that means you're going to be reviewing the requests that go to that. Okay, thank you.
All right, we feel good?
We all lived happily ever after.
I think we feel good about this one. So the motion on the table is accept staff recommendation with the modification of $900,000 in year one with the opportunity, the term of the agreement continues as recommended, and it's run through city attorney's office coming back to city council after the first year for review.
We'll clarify, the term is 1 year.
1 year. Okay, all in favor? Oh, we already have a house full as voted. All right, thank you very much. How come the easy ones are the hardest? Okay, next up, staff report on item 1E, please.
All right. This one is related to all clear, doing business as clear for biometric passenger screening services at the Palm Springs International Airport. So we are asking council to approve the non-exclusive operating lease agreement with Clear to provide the passenger screening services. Keep in mind that Clear has been a tenant with the airport for a few years now, since 2022. They offer the airport a different business model than some of our other concessions offer. So, for instance, our food and beverage and our retail offer us a percentage rent, and they offer us a 75 cents per membership verification, as well as a square footage rental lease for their office, for their break room, as well as their queuing space, and then where they have their pods for the membership verification. So we are asking council to approve an agreement so that we can continue the services with Clear and for them to operate at the airport for 1 year with 2 one-year extension options. We are going to collect about $115,000 in space rental, and we do anticipate to collect, let's see, a minimum annual guarantee of $111,000 from Clear. So this is a little bit different than what we've previously done in the past. Clear has, let's see. Clear operates based off of the passengers that are coming through the airport. They're also helping enhance our passenger experience. So anytime that passengers are kind of looking around, they kind of direct them to which way to go through the screening area. So if they have TSA pre-check, if they have Clear, they try to, if they don't have Clear, they try to get them to sign up and have Clear so that they can get through the screening process a lot faster. So I'm available for any questions if you have any.
Excellent. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, thank you. There's a lot of airport items, so thanks for your patience with us. A couple of questions around the Clear business model. The report said there's about 10% of travelers are using Clear. Is that high, low? What does that usage rate look like in comparison to airports similar of our size?
Yeah, that's a really good question. We didn't do any benchmarking for passengers that use that, so I would have to get back to you on that. But I can tell you that we did do benchmarking on the membership verification and the minimum annual guarantee. And other airports, including Ontario, Ontario does receive a 75 cents per membership verification. So that was one that we were able to negotiate with Clear for them to increase their percentage or their membership verification to the airport based off of Ontario's rates. So that was helpful.
So the 75 cents is an increase of what it was before?
It's the same, but it was something, when Clear originally came on board, they were originally only offering us 25 cents. So we asked them to match.
Sorry.
Yeah, we asked them to match Ontario because we did the benchmarking.
Okay. Okay, let's see. And then, so about 115 in rent and about 111 in the kind of revenue per screening. I was just a little surprised of how low that revenue is a little bit. Is that, can you just speak to, for the amount of space that they take? And for context, Clear is $200 a year. TSA pre-check is $78 for 5 years. And so I essentially see Clear as a luxury service. And so I'm trying to understand, for a luxury service, what is the revenue that would be most appropriate? So, I want to make sure people are having a really good experience at our airport, but for 10% to only be getting roughly, less than $250,000, it just seemed quite low. And I think the last council meeting and the one before, that Coachella pop-up was anticipating about $40,000 for a month. And so I recognize it's a different business model, but can you speak to a little bit about your comfort level for the next 3 years, kind of the revenue staying roughly at less than $250 per year?
Yes. So one thing is our rental, our leasing per square footage does increase with CPI every year. Okay. So that is something that we are going to get in addition to what we currently have right now. So as long as CPI increases. But we do not go down based off of CPI. So that is one thing I want to be clear on. As far as this 0.75 cents per unique membership verification, we did do benchmarking with other airports, and Ontario was still at the 75 cents. So we could renegotiate this after a year, after doing some more benchmarking to see if there's any other fees that could be collected from Clear. So we just kind of kept it in line with what the benchmarking was for surrounding airports, and still the 75 cents was the higher rate, and in line with Ontario Airport.
Yeah, I guess that would be my recommendation, is that after a year, we try to increase that 75 cents.
Thank you.
For screening.
Councilmember Bernstein.
Yeah, if I can just make a comment to Mayor Pro Tem's point, they do take up quite a bit of room considering how crowded it is in there. And as we look at the expansion, I assume we might be looking at a dedicated space to incorporate them, and which would also be if that happens, a time to see if you could generate additional revenue to support that from them.
Thank you.
So Mayor Pro Tem, you want to clarify just a review after 1 year and continue with 2 one-year extension options?
I would say if it could come back after a year for it to be potentially increased.
Is that a deal point in a multi-year agreement with Clear? Or
We can do that, yes.
Okay.
We can come back to them, and even today, we can at least let them know that we brought this before council, and council wants us to review this in a year, the rates. So absolutely.
Okay. All right, any other discussion on this item? Yes, go ahead, please.
One thing that would also be helpful when you're coming back is not every airport has Clear, but I know that there are some hubs where we get a lot of air traffic. So it would be nice to know, like, do those airports have Clear? I know there's definitely people who like to travel to destinations because of Clear. So kind of any understanding of the user and the type of people that are coming in because of that would be helpful.
Okay.
Basically, I would want to know what the impact would be if we got rid of it.
Understood.
So if that's not in the motion, then we may not ever get it. So how do you want to word it?
I would ask that when it comes back, we just have further data points about the travel, the folks who travel using Clear.
Okay, beautiful. Do we have a motion on this item? Motion and second. Everybody vote. Thank you. Name.
Just kidding.
All right, thank you. Okay, next item. You're not H, are you?
I'm H.
Oh, sorry, sorry. You should start charging us rent. Okay, item 1H, staff report, please.
Absolutely. Okay. So the item before you tonight is for council to approve a transportation network company operating permit agreement and a TNC rate increase for the airport. Historically, the TNCs have been operating at PSP since 2016, and we have charged $3 per pickup and per drop-off. And so we've communicated with our two main Uber and Lyft companies that operate at the airport, and we've negotiated a $4 rate. So it's a $1 increase from what was previously in place. Both companies agreed because they said, frankly, you guys should have probably asked us sooner. And we're asking for it now. They did. They agreed with the increase. This agreement is going to be on a month-to-month basis until revoked or canceled, but not to exceed 2 years. So we actually had a public comment earlier today from, I believe, a woman named Judy, who had mentioned that another cooperative TNC company is requesting to come into the airport. So the staff report also includes issuing the same operating permit that we're issuing to Uber and Lyft to the cooperative as well. We have noticed a shift in consumer use to TNCs. When compared to our public parking and our rental cars, but primarily our public parking. So we see that users are actually using TNCs a little bit more often. And then, as you know, we have the festivals that are coming up this weekend and next weekend and then the following weekend. So having the third company come into the airport is really going to help us and help offer our consumers, our passengers, some more transportation opportunities because there's going to be additional services there at the airport. So what we're asking today is for council to approve the permits and to also approve us to enter into a new agreement with the company is named Local Driver Tech Inc., doing business as Fair Co-op. And it is a permit that is registered with the PUC.
Discussion, Councilmember Reddy.
I just want to confirm, so it will go to $4, but taxis will remain at $3?
Correct, $3.25.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Bernstein.
Given that our overarching principles and guiding is sustainability, do we have any way of rewarding or encouraging electric vehicle use of these?
So actually, we were working with Lyft, who actually offered an incentive to utilize EV charging vehicles. That was something that we did not incorporate into this agreement. However, talking with Uber, Lyft, it's really a consumer choice to utilize EV vehicles whenever they're making the choice to select a vehicles for them to move around. I know that we, if we were to do different options for sustainability or providing incentives or reduce fees, that's going to be something that we have to consider that's going to impact our cost and our total revenues that we're going to receive. But there is an opportunity for that, and that's something we could definitely look at more.
Okay. Yeah, and I realize that it's complicated. I just want to raise it. And the other issue is that I realize that rental fees and parking is a revenue source too, but the more that we can encourage ride sharing as opposed to individual car driving for our climate action plan would be beneficial. So I just want to raise those 2 points, and I realize it's always in the back of the mind, but I just want to keep it top of mind. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
My last question's for you, Victoria, I promise. So I noticed in the staff report, some of the rationale around increasing the TNC was that there was a decrease in revenue in the parking. But later in the fee study, there's a proposal to increase the parking fees $20 to $26. And so I just, if we are hoping to have ride sharing, as Councilmember Bernstein suggested and reminded us all that, moving away from the parking, our parking is very impacted. Staying very competitive with our TNC rates is something that I think is worth considering. At the $4, we would be on the higher end, and that there's many small to medium-sized airport listed on table 4 in your staff report that are below 4. And so, for travelers, for remote workers, I mean, these are all things that make Palm Springs a really great experience to fly in and out of. And so can you help me understand why it's better for the Palm Springs Airport to be going against the rates of Ontario and LAX rather than Burbank or even Reno, some of those kind of smaller regional airports?
Sure. Yeah, and I think maybe it would be a good idea for me to talk about, where the airport gets its revenues from, and then how we fund our capital projects. So just a really quick update. So we are funded through aeronautical and non-aeronautical revenues. So aeronauticals are anything that's related to like an airline. And then non-aeronauticals is like concessions and food and beverage, things like Clear. So we have, and public parking and even ground transportation. So essentially what happens is, since we are an enterprise fund, we are revenue generating, and we need to ensure that the revenue that we receive, we're able to put that towards our capital projects. So we also receive passenger facility charges, and that's one thing that Mr. Barrett and I did a couple of weeks ago. Is we went to Washington, D.C., and we were advocating for increasing the passenger facility charges, both with the Republican and Democratic parties. And we were trying to increase those fees because they've been the same fees since the year 2000. And it's $4.50 up to $18 for a fare. And so a lot of the feedback that we received, and even meeting with about 16 different representatives, was that those rates are not changing anytime soon. And so why that's important is because those rates help fund our infrastructure, our capital projects. And so if we're not able to fund them through the passenger facility charges, then the airport needs to be the one finding other alternative ways, and we do that through local ways of increasing our rates in other areas. So yes, as you mentioned, Mayor Pro Tem, our parking rates, we do have a request on the comprehensive fee schedule to increase those rates. And it's actually a little bit different. We are intending on doing what's called a dynamic pricing. So what that means is we are intending to offer discounted rates to be able to help our passengers come in and pay at a discounted rate for them to park maybe during like off season. So we're trying to change our business model a little bit so that we can actually help fund our capital projects because we're not able to receive any higher funding for our passenger facility charges. So, so all in all, we do intend on increasing this rate to help us. And like I said, with the CLEAR agreement, we also have the CPI increases. So we're trying to find all kinds of ways that we're able to increase the rates so that we can help fund our capital projects that we have planned for the future.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think on enterprises, and I'm so glad you're advocating at every level to increase some of the more industry or enterprise fees and costs opportunities. But these are consumer increases. And so I think about that as for our constituents, but thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I had one. So this does not exclude the airport, this agreement doesn't exclude the airport from adding an additional provider if they come forward and...
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. All right. So do we have a motion to accept staff recommendation? Councilmember Bernstein, second. Councilmember Garner. Oh. Okay, excellent.
Thank you.
Let's see. Yes, thank you for the marathon session. Appreciate it. Next item is item 2A, our public hearing, which is to review.
Mr. Mayor, if just a question, just a question to the mayor, since there are a lot of people here for 3B, do you want to move that up before the fee schedule? Because there may be a long discussion on that. It's just a question.
Yeah. Is everybody okay with that? I don't see any heads nodding.
So we'd be moving the discussion on the bridge 3B up to now. Yeah.
All right, we'll take a...
And Mr. Mayor, I was going to ask for a break because I do need to consult with the city attorney on my proximity to the project. So I would support her
All right,
request
so
for a
we'll
break.
take a 10-minute break, and when we come back, we're moving item 3B, will be the next item on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. And Grace wasn't here for us. Item on the agenda is item 3B, which is a discussion and approval of the construction documents and authorization to bid for the South Palm Canyon Drive Low Water Crossing Bridge replacement at Arenas Canyon South project, blah, blah. May we have a staff report, please?
Mr. Mayor, if I could, before we begin, in speaking with the city attorney, it appears I do have a conflict and I would have to be recusing myself from this discussion. And the reason is where I live in my condo, HOA, the proximity. The city attorney reminded me that when I was city manager, I did recuse myself on the Oswald Canyon, the property issues that we did a few years ago. And this is out of abundance of caution on the other beyond 1,000 feet of how it could affect you, the other part test for the recusal. So on this item, I will be recusing myself based on those issues.
All right, thank you for that. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Joel Montalvo, your city engineer. The staff report before you is to present the South Palm Canyon Drive Low Water Crossing Bridge project. The project is federally funded. However, it's not state funded. So we do not have CVAG participating on this project. It's not a regional project. The Oswald Canyon alluvial fan extends about 3.2 square miles west of South Palm Canyon Drive, and during a 100-year storm event can generate runoff of up to 3,000 cubic feet per second. That's equivalent to 1.3 million gallons per minute that could come across down this alluvial fan and across South Palm Canyon Drive. The history of this project it dates back to 1991. I will not read the bullets, but I'll try to highlight some of point out some of the highlights. So in 1991, the Canyon Redevelopment Project area was formed to promote development. The next slides show some of the history, and I will touch on a few of the highlights. Since 1991, it was well known that development could not occur without significant flood control infrastructure investment. It was also understood that without the infrastructure investment, homes could not be built, or if homes were built in the area, they would actually be isolated or could possibly be damaged when flooding events occurred. In 2001, studies were undertaken to understand the regional drainage. Those studies were the baseline hydrology studies that were used by our consultants to design the South Palm Canyon Bridge. In 2005, the Eagle Canyon Redevelopment Project started coordinating with Riverside County Flood Control to size drainage infrastructure that would be required for their project. It was mentioned earlier about that particular project. So in this slide here, the purpose of this slide really is to show what that infrastructure would have looked like had that project moved forward. So I'm going to try to highlight the areas. So the infrastructure that would have been required to actually build that community would have extended through the entire project in the back with retention basins, concrete channels, and they would have to diverted the entire flow around the project and through Palm Canyon with a bridge structure. Our project, which is not related to that development, is in this footprint here within those 3 acres.
And Joel, the developer was at that time required to pay for that infrastructure surrounding the entire development.
I would assume so. I would assume if the developer was actually going to build there, they would have been the one funding the project.
Okay.
So in this slide here, you can see how flooding occurs on South Canyon Drive and how it impacts the roads. You can see in 2005, 2010, and 2019, the roads actually do get impacted. They're impassable, and emergency vehicles would have a hard time crossing these areas. As a result of the 2005 flood, the city of Palm Springs applied for and received $4.5 million in funding from the Federal Highway Bridge Program. I will note that FHWA no longer funds low water crossings. If this project were not to move forward or somehow be defunded, the city would never recover those funds and would have to pay out of their own general fund or other funds to build this project. In 2006, an ordinance by the city of Palm Springs was passed, 1681. But it was passed by the city council to collect fees for drainage infrastructure. The intent of those fees was to actually build storm drain infrastructure in this area. To date, they have collected approximately $2 million to be able to be, that can be applied to this project. In 2016, the project plans were 100% complete and the bridge was ready to be constructed. However, in 2017, litigation paused the project. So in 2016, if the project were to have been moved forward, it would have been constructed. And for the most part, it would have probably been constructed for about less than half of the amount that the project is going to be constructed if it moves forward today. In December of 2019, the Committee to Save Oswald Canyon's consultant, Hyman Engineering, submitted 4 options for the city to review. At that time, they put forth several options that they expected could probably be built instead of our bridge project. So the consultant expected that the proposals put forward could work, but they weren't really analyzed or looked at from the hydrology or hydraulic perspective. They were just proposals that could be looked at. I'm sorry. In May of 2020, the City Council approved an amendment to Dock and Engineering for about $112,000 so that they could review those proposals and come up with engineering alternatives. So the very first alternative was reviewed but really wouldn't work. If you look at the screen, the dashed rectangle is about 2,000 feet, and to be able to build that basin, it would have had to have been let me see, 2,000 acres and about 12 feet deep. Our engineering team found that to be unfeasible. The option 2 was also was to construct a retention basin with a berm west of South Palm Canyon Drive, lined with HDP liners for geotechnical stability, where water would be held and allowed to infiltrate or evaporate. Our consultant reviewed it, and the option was also unfeasible. Option 3 was to construct a debris basin to keep all the water on the west side of the South Palm Canyon Drive. A smaller berm would be constructed, smaller than option 2, but dry wells would be introduced. So the depths of those dry wells would have to be 835 feet. In this area with the rocks and the mountains, that was found to be unfeasible as well. So option 4, again, was a retention basin, and that option was also found to be unfeasible to be able to contain the 100-year storm. The depth of that basin would have had to have been 435 feet deep. So the options were looked at, and they weren't really feasible. Those aren't really, you're not able to retain that much flow on one side of the street. It has to cross the street. So our engineering team came up with alternatives and tried to figure out what else could be done. A typical structure has concrete dissipating structures, big concrete structures that would hold the water back and dissipate the energy. But in 2020, they were paid to review the design again and see if they can come up with an alternative. And you can see here on the screen the footprint of the project. The water does have to be channelized and the energy does have to be dissipated. So what the team came up with to remove the concrete energy dissipators, they came up with a rock-lined bottom channel that would act as a dissipator and concentrate the flows underneath the road. So what they did is they also came up with renderings, albeit these are just renderings. You know, concrete structures and all structures that are man-made do not look very natural, but they can, over time, grow vegetation. So staff was also asked to coordinate with the Oswald group, and in 2024, we reached out to the Oswald group. We met with them. We provided all the hydraulic data and try to do our best to, introduce what our project was and try to receive input to see if we could maybe get some technical data from them to see if there's something we could change, but we didn't really receive any written technical data from the Oswald group. And our team feels that the design we have today is the design that we should move forward with. So the anticipated cost of the project are $9 to $10 million. Just the additional rock slope protection is going to add about $1.8 million to the project. CVAG, again, will not participate in this project, and anything that the federal government doesn't pick up, the city will have to pick up. With that, I'm open and available for questions.
Break down where the 9 to 10 million is coming from. Who's paying for that?
So we do have federal dollars, highway bridge program dollars. The original estimate, again, was the project started in 2006, was in the 5 million range. We got commitment from the Federal Highway Administration Program for about $4.5 million. The rest of the money would have to come from the city, right? I mentioned earlier there's $2 million in drainage fund, special drainage projects fund that were collected to address the drainage in this area. So that money could go towards this project. The rest of the money would have to come through Measure A. One of the things that Caltrans does do, once you actually bid the project and get the actual cost, they're willing to give you more money. If you don't have it available, they're willing to work with you and provide additional funding for your project.
Okay, thank you. Questions of council?
Thank you. So there's some questions about the environmental review. Can you talk a little bit about when the environmental review was done and whether or not another one should be completed?
So I will answer a little bit of that, but I'm also going to defer to our attorney to give us a little bit more insight. As the staff report states, and I believe there was a clerical error in the staff report, the actual staff report, the environmental document was approved in 2012. I mentioned earlier that in 2016, we were ready to construct the project. So in 2012, it was the CEQA document was approved, the mitigated negative deck was approved and was valid, and then Caltrans did the NEPA portion of the project. So the whole project was environmentally cleared and has been environmentally cleared till today. Now I will defer to the council to see if 2012 to now is significant time that the city should change, look at it, review it again.
If I can, I'll answer that more with reference to the language of CEQA rather than time frame, because CEQA doesn't really talk in terms of time frames. Instead, CEQA talks about whether there are changes to the project that would require major revisions, whether there's substantial changes to circumstances under which the project is to be undertaken, or if there's new information that wasn't known when the original environmental document was prepared, or new mitigation measures that are available that weren't available at the time. So that's really the test. And so I'd ask staff to really address those, to provide a record for the council to determine whether those findings can be met, or if we can rely on the previous CEQA document.
Okay, other questions?
Well, can you answer some of those, Joel? Can you talk a little bit more about, so since 2012, the land has been preserved, they removed the road, all of these different measures have been taken place. So can you kind of talk a little bit about the differences now in the property versus when it wasn't?
I'm not really versed in all the environmental, languages and changes to the potential area. I would really have to defer to an environmental team that works with these sorts of documents. And I don't have somebody here today that could address those issues.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Bernstein.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a couple things. So just in terms of the timing, because Oswit closed their land, it was in 2020, right? So all of this design was done before that, or was it done after we knew the land was saved?
So we mentioned earlier that the project was pretty much designed in 2016 and ready for construction. In 2020, we altered the design slightly to remove concrete structures from the footprint of the drainage area so that we could make it more natural, if you will.
But the current design takes into account the fact that there was not going to be a building, because they were going to have a whole huge drainage program. So the
Correct.
current design is for what we have now, because there's some comments about that it was designed for the
No,
building.
the current design is to take 3,000 cubic feet per second from one side of the road to the other. So that's what the current design. The alluvial fan produces in the 100-year storm event, 3,000 cubic feet per second.
Okay.
So that's what the current design is actually for. Our design team had nothing to do with any developer they didn't design the bridge for anyone else other than to address the hydraulic needs of the area.
Okay, and so just when you use the term 100-year storm, so the storm in 2019, that was a 100-year storm, or?
I don't know specifically in that alluvial fan if it wasn't a 100-year storm, but there were areas where it was a 100-year storm.
And what-
100-year storms don't happen in one general area. Typically, they can be spread out in
Yeah.
different areas, concentrations of storm flows. So I don't have the data to tell you, in fact, that it was a 100-year storm crossing that road in 2019.
I get it. So, but that was a 100-year storm in some areas, that big storm?
I believe it was, and I believe it was even higher than a 100-year storm.
And what was a Hurricane Hillary? Was that a 100-year storm where it
Again,
hit?
so
Not in that area, but where it hit?
hydraulic. There was areas where it was a 1,000-year storm. Storm Hillary doesn't hit in one central location. It hits wherever it wants in different areas. The concentrations are different. So the storm flows that hit north of the interstate were higher. In some areas were, I believe, in 1,000-year storms that hit in areas. So there's possibilities that the 100-year storm is a measuring tool that we use, but there's areas that sometimes a higher event could come down.
Right, okay. So even if the 2019 was not a 100-year storm in that area, if it had just hit if the major impact had been there, it could have been more severe than what happened in 2019.
And every storm is different, so yes.
Okay. And just a little bit about the funding. So you have $4.5 million, you have another $2 million, so we may have to take Measure A funding to do this. We don't know until we actually go out.
Correct.
And then go back
Going
to
out to
Caltrans.
bid and finding out what the actual current bids come in at, right? And one of the things we will do is ask Caltrans to facilitate additional funding to meet the gap.
And you've assumed that this is 9 to 10 plus the 1.8 million in funding?
Yeah, 9 to 10 million overall.
Oh, that includes the 1.8?
Yeah.
Okay. And so when you go out to bid, because every time we seem to go out to bid, it's twice as much as what we expect, so it could be 20 million.
I don't expect it to be 20 million, but yes, you're correct. With today's environment, the prices could change, could go up.
And if let's hypothetically, if this were all approved today and then you went out to bid and it came out at 20 million, would it have to come back to council? Or is that you would find the funding elsewhere?
Every project that we bid actually comes back to council for award. And at the time, if we don't have the full funded project, we would ask the council to front the money, if you will, through our capital fund. Typically, that's what we do with all our bridge projects. We are building 6 bridges in the city, and while we front the money, we ask Caltrans to allocate additional funding, and they historically have done that. The $40 million bridge that I'm building on Indian Canyon was also underfunded. When we went out to bid, and we saw what the prices were, the city fronted the money, but then we requested the funding from Caltrans to meet the gap, and they did. And today, that project is fully funded. 88.53% of the funding is coming from Caltrans.
So that project didn't actually move forward until you knew you had that Caltrans money, is that correct?
So no, we did manage, over the years, I have been budgeting to account for the increase in costs. Through my budget, I was able to have enough money to fund the project, but then through the capital fund. Once we funded it, Caltrans was willing to give us all the money we want that was required to build that project.
So for this bridge, do you have all the money, but you're hoping the 10 million and hoping to get more of that back from Caltrans? And
So correct. It's going to follow the same process. We have currently programmed for the bridge $4.05 million. That was based on estimates. The estimates are older now because the project got delayed during the litigation and then through COVID. So once we bid this project, and I have budgeted for it as well, we will award the project and then ask Caltrans to cover the gap.
okay, is there any chance we can lose that federal funding?
There is a big chance that we could lose the federal funding, yes.
Okay.
So I do have some statistics out, not statistics, there's timelines that we have to meet. These dollars are not, they just don't give us the money and expect us to build it whenever we want. There are some deadlines. By December of 26, if we do not start building this project or we're not fully built out, Caltrans will no longer reimburse us for this project. We can work with them and try to extend that, but by 2028, if we do not actually spend the money, they are going to take whatever money we don't use away from us. So the money is not guaranteed if we don't move this project forward.
That's 26. So just to clarify, because there's always like design and other things that happen before you actually can start construction and finish. So although it seems like a lot of that is done, if we approve this today, hypothetically, when would you anticipate being able to start?
So if you approve it today and we move forward, I can bid the project in the next month. It might take another month to bid it, and I'd probably be in construction in 6 months.
In 6 months, okay. So that 26 deadline, it's by beginning of 26 we have to start?
December of 26.
Okay.
If we do not submit reimbursements and we're not fully completed with the project, Caltrans is not going to reimburse us money, so the money will be coming out of the city pocket.
Right. We'd have to be, by 26, we'd have to be completed?
For the most, yes.
Oh, I thought you said 28, no?
So there's two different timelines. So they mean two different things, right? Caltrans will take the money back away from us completely if we don't actually use it in 28. But by 26, we won't be able to get reimbursed. They're almost the same thing, but Caltrans tracks it differently.
Okay. And from the time you start construction, how long would it take?
Currently, this project is scheduled to be completed in 50 weeks, so a little under a year.
A year. So we basically are sort of in a tight, if we do any kind of delay, I'm just trying to figure it out. If we went today, you would start in 6 months, which would be, and then
Or
you would
sooner, depending on how bids come in and everything
and
else
that
associated with the
completion
project.
date would put you sort of the end of 26, pretty close to December. So you don't have a lot of
And we're in tight timelines. Also, we've obtained construction easements, temporary construction easements, and those have a shelf life as well. And we're really getting close. That's what item K is about. We need to start working on extending those easements. If those expire, we're also going to be in trouble because then we're not going to be able to build this project. So every delay causes another delay, causes another failure, and we just can't. And if we continue this way, we're just not going to be able to build this project.
I got that. So when we, another question, we had in 2019, when Oswald's engineer gave the 4 options and we came back with the 4 issues with those options, what happened after that? Did they come back with other responses or?
So there was a delay between, I think that's around when COVID started. So there's a big delay between the cities engaging with Oswald again. In 2024, we engaged with Oswald and tried to present, what we came up with. And since then, to now, nothing's really changed from that perspective.
Okay, so there was like several years where they sent their thing and said, okay, and we're waiting to hear back which one of these are you going to pick? And
well, it's not which one you're going to pick. They were just suggestions of what we could look at as alternatives to our construction design. We reviewed the alternatives, and none of them were feasible.
Okay, but we didn't go back and say that to them until
But
24.
there was a gap in the COVID years where there was no communication. We didn't discuss this project.
Okay, so I'm going to let other council members ask questions in a second, but let me ask one more. So this was coming to council mid last year, is that right?
It was in June of 24 that we were going to present the same, the project.
got pulled. And since then, did we do community outreach?
So we didn't do community outreach for the project.
Did we hear from the community on it?
We have met, I know we've met with several groups that did approve the project, that wanted the project to move forward. We met with the city manager and those groups. So we have talked to certain folks, but we didn't do community outreach.
But the groups that opposed it didn't also come back to us either, knowing that this was going to come back.
Not that I can recall. I don't recall when we scheduled any meetings with them, other than the ones I showed from 2024.
Okay, I'm going to let other people speak, but, you know, we know these things are coming back and that we don't seem to, we could probably clear up more ahead of time before having less than a week. But I'm going to think about this for a second. I'll have other council members speak.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thanks, Joel. Has there been, you mentioned some, we heard a lot of feedback from the community, got a lot of letters about concern about the environmental impact and opposition towards the bridge. Is there any groups in particular in support of the bridge, or can you speak to how this bridge has, kind of what the, you speak to if, like, is the tribe on board, neighborhoods, HOAs, like, there's about 700 residents or homes in this back corner of the city. So is there any assessment as to people who are in particular interested in this?
Yeah, so the tribe did submit a letter of support for the project. So we do have that on file. So the tribe does support the project. So I was trying to understand the question. There are 700 homes. I don't believe we've heard from 700 individual folks on whether they approve the project or don't approve the project. I know we've heard from folks that care about the environment, which I do as well. And I have heard from folks that understand that when it floods, they're isolated. When this road floods and vehicles can't get through, there's 700 homes plus that are isolated. There is no other road to get back there. So we've heard that, but that's to that extent, that's all. I guess I can answer that question.
Yeah, and then a question maybe to police or fire. Do you have approximately how many calls we get kind of for this neighborhood south of Bogart?
Yeah, I can speak to that. We've had about, in the last year, we've had 590 responses for both police department and fire department in that area.
Okay, so at 700 homes, it's almost, we think of a call per home, it's 84%. Not that there's, each call is a different home, but that's higher than I thought it would be. Thank you. And then, Joel, we've kind of looked at in my own district, Araby Cove, which is a neighborhood that can be isolated during storms. Can you talk just what we want to avoid, a little bit of that history of a project that there was interest in a bridge, we got money, we decided not to move forward with it, and where we are now?
Yeah, well, basically that project followed a very similar path as this one. The Caltrans approved about $10.1 million to build a bridge through the Araby Wash area. The community opposed the bridge. I don't know the real specifics of why they opposed the bridge, but they rallied and had council reject the funding from Caltrans. So the bridge never came forward. So when the 2019 flood came and washed the entire road away, there was huge push from that same community to go build a bridge through the Araby Wash. They actually, our deputy city manager went all the way to Sacramento to request that Caltrans give us the money back. The 10.1 million, Caltrans did not. So that was a missed opportunity. That community would have had a bridge built, and during the floods of 2019, they would have had access. There is a slight difference between this area and that area. There is another access to the Araby Cove community. It's a small road, but it is intended for emergency vehicles, and emergency vehicles can get back there. Unlike if this area floods, emergency vehicles cannot.
And if Araby Cove were to get a bridge, how much do we think it might cost now?
Well, that was a $10.1 million bridge. It's probably maybe a $20 million bridge.
Okay. And then we got some helpful comments to think about around the reliability of federal funds right now and supply chain possible concerns. Do you have any, can you respond a little bit to that around the federal dollars that we could get for this bridge? When we might know if that might be impacted, could this be pulled as, if
So
we
right
haven't
now,
used it yet, or a little bit around?
Yeah, the dollars
just
we have
how
are-
reliable those dollars
Yeah,
are.
dollars are programmed, so the federal government has committed them to the project. Albeit it's 4.1, it's not the entire amount, but historically, the Highway Bridge Program has honored their commitments. This is infrastructure that is needed, or else they wouldn't have funded. One of the things, the shift is they do no longer fund low water crossings. They do only fund bridges that they are no longer structurally sound. They're deficient, so they've completely shifted that way. So if we were to lose the money in this bridge, we would not see it again. So the federal government has committed, FHWA, the Highway Bridge Program, through Caltrans oversight, has committed money to this project, and they're committed to giving it to us. And we also have a timeline to get the project built.
What about the supply, the materials?
That's such a variable that I don't know I can speak comfortably to it. I do know that prices are increasing in our everyday lives. It's the same with construction materials. So just like during COVID, the pandemic, prices went significantly higher. During the budget process, I was able to manage some of that. But yeah, it's unpredictable. I wouldn't be able to tell you what this bridge would look like in 2 years right now. We're pretty comfortable with the estimate that we have today, but it could change tomorrow just on what's going on nationally.
Might have some more questions, but that's it for now.
Councilmember Garner? You didn't have any? Oh. Councilmember Bernstein, you're always good for a second round. Okay. So Joel, we heard monstrosity, and I've heard that a number of times. So in the previous designs of this work, did the bridge not look like this?
The bridge pretty much looks like the bridge is going to look. There's the...
So this slide.
Let's see if I can put it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bridge pretty much is going to look like that. It's just a concrete structure that allows water to pass underneath it. There is going to be concrete underneath it because the 300 cubic feet per second that come down through there could erode and undermine the structure. But the structure is going to look like the structure is going to look. There's not really much we can do to the underside of it. If you're driving, you're pretty much going to see sidewalk and asphalt as you do now. Hopefully, over time, because of the rock that's being proposed for the slope lining, vegetation will take hold.
Yeah. So there wasn't a previous bridge that was designed that could have been, people could interpret it as being a monstrosity.
I guess
you're aware of.
I'm not qualified, I guess, to answer monstrosity questions. Bridges are big structures. They're man-made. They're intended to support structural loads, wind loads.
Yeah. So was this, and we've heard comments that this is a 2-year project. Were any of the previous projects a 2-year timeline?
No, it may have been said mistakenly, but not that I'm aware of. I checked in with my team again. The estimated time frame is about 50 weeks, or under a year to construct.
So the rock bed that's in one of these slides, the next slide, I think. Yeah, the next one.
Let me see. Sorry. Darn it. Can I get the PowerPoint up, please?
So that rock bed that we're going to see the picture of, it's made to allow vegetation to grow?
By the nature of it being rocks, only where there is not, there's areas where there's going to be concrete that will support the structure for dissipation, but other areas where there's just natural rock, vegetation will grow there.
So
And
where's
I'm not
where's
saying-
the concrete end coming out from underneath the bridge?
Let me see if I can get to that. If I can tell here in the layout. So the blue that you see there is the proposed concrete portion of the lining of the.
Is that 3 acres?
No. The rock itself, the red and the green.
No, what's the blue, where the concrete is?
I don't know what the square footage is. It's right underneath the bridge. It's a small section it's a small portion of the footprint of
Half an acre? An acre?
No, not even that, no.
Okay. And there's not the yellow is not cement.
It's concrete line. There's areas where the energy does get concentrated because it narrows, water's gonna go through there. You will have to use a cement bed to place the rocks on top of. So yes, there will probably not be vegetation very big growing in those areas.
In the yellow?
Right.
Okay. And then what's in the red?
Red is more rock lining.
Yeah, and then green?
Same. And I really, from here, I can't make out the actual distinction between the two and why they were color-coded that way. I grabbed it from one of my engineer's presentations.
I hope you're not asking me to read that.
I can't read my own.
There's no way.
Paper either.
No way. Okay, so another concern was blocking access to the South Lichen. So how is this going to block access to our hiking trails?
I don't know, actually. I don't know where the South Lichen Trail really is. So I don't really look at follow trails, but the construction is, if the trail is crossing through there, it will impact it because that's where we're building the structure. It's going to be built, if the council asks me that question, I'll answer it.
So where's the bypass road?
We're going to build it in sections, just like we're doing the one in the Palm Canyon Drive area in Tockwitz Creek.
Tockwitz Creek?
Yeah.
Okay. So the scale of the bridge, from what I understanding, is not built to accommodate a 700 housing development. This bridge is made to accommodate the water that has been projected to flow in a 100-year flood.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's what I got for right now. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
If this project were to start, what kind of community engagement, feedback, updates could be provided around lane closures, dust, or anything else so that community members feel like they understand the status of the project? What are some typical things that are done to make sure that surrounding residents know what's happening on a capital project?
So one of the things we've done with all our projects now, all our federal projects, is we've hired a private consultant that does public outreach. And they are the voice of this project. They're out there. They create web pages. They create email chains, or they have a hotline. So anytime you call the hotline, you can get a response within a day. So we post all the information on our projects. We're building, again, there's a potential for me to be building 5 bridges or 4 bridges at the same time. So the Indian Canyon Bridge is going on right now. We're building the one in Palm Canyon. We want to build this one. So in each one of those projects, we'll have individual web pages and support for them. So, and they could always reach out to the city engineer's office.
Yes.
You finished? I'm sorry.
And just to understand timeline, again, this would go out to bid. We'd hear back another 30 to 60 days after it goes out to bid, and then it comes back for an award. And that would be another opportunity for community to give input right before there's like any shovel in the ground. Did I capture that right?
Yeah, I mean, we could always take community input. At one point, we will award the project to a contractor, and the contractor is now obligated to build the project. So they take control of the site under our direction, and they start building the project. From an engineering perspective, there's not much more we could do to refine the design in this area.
So just in terms, you would think if this were approved today, you would go out to RFP at what time?
So
Go out to bid?
So we would go out to bid,
About a
you know,
month?
in the next 2-3 weeks, if everything was, you know, a month. And then it would take probably a month or more to get the bids back.
Okay.
And then after that, another month or so to get contracts ready in place.
And then it has to go back to council approval?
Well, once we receive the bids, it comes back for
Okay.
council approval.
And-
Say we bring this project back and it's a $20 million project, and we do not have the money to do that, then we would have to reject all bids and just see what else happens. But there is, you know, council can always reject the bids.
And can we can also cancel? Is that, if we go out to bid on something, can we say, oh, we decided not to do it?
You can reject all bids, correct?
Okay. So this is where I'm struggling is, you know, and it's very frustrating to hear people hear, well, we've only had a few floods and whatever, you know, well, we know that we have severe weather issues going on in our whole region.
Yeah.
You know, we had the 2019, we had a hurricane in the desert. We have, you know, we have our Indian Canyon and Gene Autry and Vistacino that are closed far more than when they ever were. I mean, I asked, you know, I've talked to people who lived there their whole lives, and this is a recent occurrence. And this is weather phenomenon that is happening all around. And those are real public safety issues. We know that. We know that people on Gene Autry and you know, there's been deaths there because of sand and visibility. We know that, you know, we've been very fortunate with Hurricane Hillary, so to speak, in terms of not having lives lost here, but, you know, incredible damage and incredible, you know, and we were better prepared than a lot of other cities, you know, and then we're looking at, you know, in fire, we're having the same thing. We're looking at LA fires where entire communities have just been wiped out, and, you know, I don't know what, if fire has the same terms as storms, but those seemed like 1,000-year fires, and we had 3 of them happening all at once. And at the same time, this came before council in June last year, and everybody knew it was going to come back, and I'm at a loss why neither we went out nor the people who didn't want it came to us. I mean, we knew this was coming back. It wasn't going to disappear, and so I have so much respect for the Oswald people, but they knew this was an issue. They knew it was going to come back, and it's also incumbent upon you to come up with other solutions. So if you think there is one, or to make a more convincing thing to delay it. And I don't want to trying to convince somebody whose responsibility is public safety, you know, the safety of our residents, more than anything. It's very hard to say, well, you know, we don't think this will happen again when we know we're going to have severe weather. So I almost want to say we're going to move forward and approve it and move fast to come up with an alternative in the event that you want to cancel it or come up with something, and we can retract the bids. But I don't want to. I'm just struggling with how we cancel something that we know is a public safety issue, and we talk to the community. You've got, you know, however many weeks before the bid comes back, which is 4 or 6 weeks, meet with council, get the community, you know, together, talk to the people who are concerned about their homes, in their 700 homes, and come back, keep the process going. That's almost my thought right now, and it's just, there's 2 very strong arguments on this, and I do wish we had gone out last year and gone back to the community, and I wish the community had come back to us so that we could have this discussion. I want to think this through. I don't know if there's more comments, but I'm struggling with this public safety issue and the fact that we have not let everyone thoroughly vet and say there's no other opportunity other than this council meeting. So I don't know if I have a motion yet.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of great sentiments expressed there by Councilmember Bernstein. I think, for me, the environmental review having been done in 2012 and how much has changed since then is a little bit concerning to me. And I take responsibility for not thinking about that sooner as well. I feel like that's a gap because there have been a lot of changes. Especially because in 2012, there hadn't been any agreement at all that there couldn't be housing in that area. So it was a very different look at everything than it is now. So I am very curious, like, what does that look like? I know that you have looked at alternatives and that this is the best option. Do you think that still stands today? This is the best option?
For the available funding that we have and for practical construction of a drainage structure, this is the design that should move forward.
So the funding that we have, the grant funding that we have has certain requirements for us of what we can build with it.
That is correct. I did mention that all the additional rock that we integrated into the design is not federally funded. They won't support, those are aesthetic treatments to standard structure that you could build. So Caltrans will not participate in that particular portion of the project.
Mm-hmm.
It's approximately almost $2 million.
Right. So a different type of design, for instance, something that was, I don't know, just something completely different we would lose all of our grant funding, and then this would be a city funded project.
In a sense, yes, that's correct. If we start looking at, I don't know what we would look at, honestly. It's a bridge structure that needs to convey 3,000 CFS underneath safely.
Right.
From an engineer's perspective, we need to channelize the flows and we need to get them safely underneath the road without destroying the structure, when the bigger storms come through. So from that perspective, I don't see what other alternative designs would accommodate that. And if there are, they're probably, I don't know what they would be at this point.
Thank you.
Going back to the rock and the fabric liner, why did we add the rock and the fabric liners? Where did that come in this process? Did an engineer told us that was a good way to divert the water?
You got to concentrate the water. So the previous designs incorporated concrete structures.
Mm-hmm.
Concrete structures that would channelize the flows, dissipate the energy via concrete blocks or other structures. And those structures are used commonly in lots of places, right? There was from what I understand, that it didn't look very pleasing, and that there should be a way that we could try to make it more natural. And the way to do that is to make it natural and to dissipate energy. You have to introduce some sort of force that repels the water, and the rocks are the force that are repelling that water, or at least dissipating the energy so that the flows underneath the bridge can be managed.
Yeah. So the engineer you were working with suggested this fabric and rock liner.
That is the design that an engineer stamped and approved to move forward.
Okay, thank you. One more question. There's a slide. Did you get your slides back? Yeah. There's a slide, and we heard a number of people say, now this goes to what Councilmember Bernstein is talking about, the severe weather events. So we're showing flooding in some photographs. So where did these pictures come from? From 2005, 2010, 2019. These are all years that I didn't hear people mentioning that we had more than a quarter inch of water on the street.
So my engineering team provided the photos, and I don't know where they were originally generated from.
They're not AI, are they?
No. No.
All right, well, this is showing us it's more than a quarter of an inch of water, even in these photographs. So I appreciate being able to see that. Thank you. Other questions, comments?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Has anyone asked for another updated environmental review since the original one?
I think this council meeting is
Is when it would happen?
the first request.
Okay. One more thing in terms of timing. So basically, if we want to get this done by the end of 2026, we either have to start now or not do it. Is that right? In terms of that timing, or how much time?
Well, it's essentially, yes. We start taking the risk of paying for more of the structure ourselves, the city. And we always have the ability to work with Caltrans, ask them to extend deadlines. But, you know, this project has been around since 2005 when we initially requested the money. It was ready to be built in 2016. We're now in 2025, and we haven't moved a single shovel. So Caltrans does look at that. And if they do claw the money back, they also stop wanting to give cities that don't deliver on projects money as well. We actually have 6 bridge projects that we're building, and the federal government is paying for them. The biggest one is Vista Chino. That's over a $100 million bridge, right? So we need to build that bridge as well. And we're working towards that in the next 2-3 years, 4 maybe, that bridge will be under construction. Okay. It's all funded by FHWA, HBB program. They're paying 88.53% of the $100 million or more that it's going to take to build that bridge.
All right, well, let's come back to this one. Mayor?
We don't have any objections to those bridges yet,
No,
do
not
we?
at all.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Can you just describe again a little bit the 2020 design refinements, like what that process was like? How long did it take? Like the robustness of coming up with these, kind of that rock layer? Can you just describe to the community the level of re-engagement to adding that component?
One of the things that I'm at a disadvantage, a lot of this work was done, I wasn't engaged in the project. It was done by, other staff members that are no longer here. But the team is the same team. The dock and engineering team was asked to review the standard design that they put forward, the concrete dissipation structures, and see if those could be removed from the project and find a different way to dissipate the same amount of energy in the same footprint. From there, the engineering design team looked at what was required and what you needed to dissipate energy, and you need structures. And if they're not going to be concrete structures, and if we want to do something that looks more natural, the rocks are the next alternative. So from that perspective, there's not much more to it than that, really. An engineering team looks at the amount of energy that needs to be dissipated, and if you can do it with a concrete structure, then you do it, and it requires less of a footprint. But to make it more natural and remove the concrete structure, if you will, they had to use rocks and to dissipate the same amount of energy. So that's about the extent of, and they do engineering calculations to make sure that what they're proposing and bringing forward is meets the requirements of a 100-year storm.
This is too much cement, this is too ugly. How did we come to this point where we said, we want to do this?
Right, I can only base it on what I read in staff reports, that we just set out to make that project look a little bit more natural. And I wasn't privy to those conversations.
Yeah,
I wasn't engaged, but I'm assuming community came and said, these are ugly structures and we want them to look better. So they proposed something in 2019 that wasn't feasible, and we paid our consultant to look at those options and then to come up with something different if possible, and that was the result of that engagement.
Thank you.
All right, are we ready for a motion on this item?
I mean, if we move forward, there is still an opportunity to not move forward with the bridge, even if we go forward today. Is that correct?
Council has the authority to reject all bids, correct?
My concern is just that, we need, and I don't want to postpone it and then come back and we haven't had this, this happens a lot with projects where we postpone things till we have more input and we don't actually get input and then it comes back to council and we're in the same position twice, which is what's happening now. You have to keep it, you'll have to keep your comments, sir. Sorry.
but you need to know that.
I would just say often we have 1,000, hundreds of comments on things, and then we don't actually hear after that. So we've had this now, and it's incumbent upon everybody to understand where the projects are as well, or ask questions to your representatives. I am struggling with this.
Go ahead.
I mean, my almost would say that we need to move this forward, understanding that there's an opportunity that for the community to get more input and come up with other options to this. That there are other points to stop it, but if we don't keep moving forward, that we may not have any option down the line. And that's a public safety risk that I'm not sure that we want to make as a council.
Yeah. Other thoughts?
Yeah, I will say there's been a tremendous amount of work that's been done on this project for many, many years. It's been discussed in some version for 20 years. And I think there is this push and pull, right, of the environmental concerns, the public safety concerns, and we can talk all day about responsibility and who should raise these issues and who shouldn't, or, I mean, it's clear to me, right, that none of us asked for an updated environmental review. And it is one of those things that we did discuss this last year. We postponed it, and there wasn't discussion on either side. And that's unfortunate. And I think that's my concern is the same as Councilmember Bernstein's in the sense is that gonna continue to happen again and again and again? And then at what point are we just not doing a project at all and then in the same place as the Airby Cove and with no money to actually do the project that people then want? It's also something that happens a lot in councils all over the country, is that the people who are opposed to a project always come out far more than the people who are proponents of a project. It's the thing that I tell people, community groups, the most. If you care that a project moves forward, you should show up, because oftentimes things can get derailed because the people who are loudest are the people who don't want it. I'm not saying that's necessarily what the case is here, but I think it is always a difficulty and always a thing that we have to weigh is who's in the room, who's not in the room, and why. Yeah, I do have lingering questions that I would love to have answered that we can't have answered today. I don't know if you want to add to that.
No, I am just looking I see my note from last year saying we need to have community meetings on this. So,
we all discussed it.
we discussed it. So, and I want to see, now everybody knows, this, if this does get delayed, everybody knows, there's no question that I almost want to say we delay it for 60 days and we have that time to get as much input as possible, and it is incumbent upon everybody to do work. including the community, because this needs to, right now, the way I'm looking at it, like, this needs to move forward, and I haven't heard a good alternative other than we don't think that there will be a lot of floods, which is not how we can make decisions. We have to make decisions for public safety, and I don't want to have disrupt the environment. I mean, I would rather have everything left natural. So if there's an option, then to delay it 60 days and with seeing if we need an environmental review, with having extensive community meetings, and understanding that in 60 days we're going to vote yes or no, and unless we have a compelling argument not to do it, we need to move forward with public safety. And I'm not saying we should do this, and I don't want to hear from council on what they think.
Yeah, I think I've always been concerned about the public safety standpoint. And what I had not heard before tonight was the number of calls that police and fire answer in the last year. That's an unbelievable number of calls going into an area. And if you're having cardiac arrest and you're not getting to that hospital in that 5 to 7 minute time frame, or 12 minute, whatever the golden minute is, your ability to survive that instance is diminished greatly. So I think this is even more of an issue for me today, and I would be afraid that if we delay it, we're going to lose that funding, and then we're looking at other challenges, because we're still going to have a public safety concern. So delaying it isn't going to change the public safety component. It may force us into a further delay on this schedule, and that's my concern, because where are we going to find replacement money for a bridge that we are deeming is a public safety concern? Mayor Pro Tem.
As the newbie on the council, and only newbie right now on this issue, I absolutely kind of feel the tension with my colleagues, and it is a very much a push and pull of investing based off our environmental values while also keeping our residents and visitors safe. And I think it's so important that we kind of recognize that sometimes it's hard to do both of those things at once, but safety being paramount. That being said, I also think it's really important that community members have an opportunity to understand a project, understand a timeline, understand what it takes. I think the neighbors in that area deserve to hear that, and I think it is quite unfortunate we haven't been able to do that since last June. I would propose, I'd be in favor of Councilmember Burstein's suggestion of at maximum a 60-day delay with at least one in-person and one virtual opportunity to give a status of the dollars at hand, the safety risk at hand, because if this project does move forward to make sure the neighbors are safe, when someone is, driving down the dusty road to get to their house, they have to know that we're doing this so that they're safe next year, 5 years from now, 10 years later. And so I would be in favor of Councilmember Bernstein's suggestion with the addition of at least one in person and one in virtual, so making sure everyone understands what's at risk here.
So is it to postpone, or?
But this comes back in 60 days after having done 2 community meetings.
Okay. Are you going to make a motion on that?
Can we just address, so It could be sooner than 60 days if in this proposal, but we also have to remember that we are still accepting call-ins and Zoom participation from wherever you are and written. We have come to this this point where residents feel like we can't do any business in the summer, and that's just not reasonable for the growing city that we have here. So I need people to get used to the idea that you might have to call in, you might have to write in, because we cannot delay city business just because someone's on vacation. And there's lots of people in this city who never get to go on vacation. So we just got to be reasonable here.
I would also say this, we're talking about community meetings, but clearly we have a large group that is opposed to this. You have a lot of work to do on your own. I would say that, we can do community meetings, but you can come up, you can go through all the things, you can meet with individual council members or go through all of the issues, look at what the options are, and understand what the real public safety issues are. And also work with your neighbors, the ones we heard from here who said they're afraid because, that rings very solemnly with all of us when we hear that, and the last thing we want to hear is people who are afraid in our city. So it's fine to come to council and tell us and speak, but there's a lot of work that has to be done, and it's going to take the whole community to do this. And you see this. You see what's happening tonight. So it's not going to change in 60 days, but at least we have to come to a point where everybody's been heard, every option's been discussed. You've had a chance to ask more questions directly, other than speak to our staff about the issues, because that is not something that is actually normally part of a council meeting where you can ask questions to staff, and so that is something that we should be able to have and go through all the options.
All right, thank you. City Attorney, can we table this item for 60 days and bring it back?
Yes, with that direction to staff, yes.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to item 1K. Won't be addressed tonight.
So if I may speak to 1K.
It might be appropriate, to make a motion and have that formalized.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, you want to table the item for 60 days? With a community meeting, and he wants to comment on 1K. Community meeting in person and in Zoom for the neighborhoods in this impacted area. Is the motion's made by Mayor Pro Tem, second by?
We're not finished. We still have to do 1K.
Second by Councilmember Bernstein. Did you second that motion?
I did.
All right. Very good. Thank you. All right. Comment on 1K.
So 1K is actually very important. My temporary construction easements for this project will be expiring in July. If we wait 60 days, my consultant can engage and extend those temporary construction easements. In addition, if my consultant is asked to do more work for the community meetings, the consultants won't do it for free. So I would like to, one, approve 1K if possible, request council approve 1K, because I need to move on that. Whether the project moves forwards or not, I cannot delay my temporary construction easements. And I'd also like to add additional money to amendment number 3 in case during these community meetings I need to engage with my consultant, because I don't have the funds for it. So I would like to add an additional, move that to $124,587 so that we could have sufficient funding for our consultants. Maybe 100,000 is too much, but I think that's just a number that we need to have.
So we're going back 3, I don't know how we do this, 3A was already voted on.
No, 1K.
1K.
But you want to add more, so you just want to add more money to this?
No, 1K.
Okay.
What's that final number from 24,000?
To $124,581.70.
What is that? That's for the engineers, for the consultants to attend a community meeting?
To just do any work. I won't use all that money. I just don't have an actual estimate as to what is actually going to be required of us.
Okay.
And the 24,000 is to extend the temporary construction easements that will be expiring, and those need to be addressed now.
So what's the other 100?
That is just a contingency, if you will, if I need to engage my consultant. It will not be used if the consultant's not used at all.
Right, so this is basically if somebody comes from the community and says, here's a better alternative to the project, and we've had our engineers review it all, and you need to have your consultant review it, then they
Right,
might
and
say,
that's the trick. Like, if you're going to try to change a project such as this, there has to be technical data presented to us that we can analyze, not simply say, we don't like this, we want you to change it. That's difficult for us to do. So the $100,000 is simply to have a consultant do work for us if need be between now and those 60 days
So
that we come back to council.
Best case scenario, we get an amazing idea from the community, completely changes our whole thinking on it. At least we have the consultants ready to go to be able to do some analysis on it, incorporate it, yay or nay or whatever.
That is correct.
I know, but just to have dollars, to have
That is correct.
technical
That is-
expertise.
I'm looking
to-
ahead for what's going to happen between now and 60 days if somebody comes up and says, I have this technical idea that I want you to approve to change the design completely to meet our needs. Who's going to pay for that? Who's going to do that? Only our consultants are going to do that, right? We're the only ones that are taking this project forward for construction. And ultimately, I have to design and sign those plans as well. So if the community is going to provide input, I would like it to be technical in nature, something that we could actually analyze, approve or disapprove, not simply just ideas that we don't have the funds to continuously.
I would support that. I mean, if we had come back last year and said, we're delaying this from June, this is what if he said that's what it's going to take, I think we would have been amenable to that. Because we want to have as much input and as much analysis of ideas and concepts as we can. This is not certainly not a rush project, but we want to make sure there is no doubt that we have considered everything properly.
Yep.
So.
So item 1K, accept staff recommendation with the increase of $100,000. So the amount is now $125,000 for a professional services agreement. All right, thank you, Joel. Okay, so now we're going backwards. Excuse me, and David, you can come back in now. 2A, comprehensive fee schedule, is a public hearing. May we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I will give Council Member Reddy a minute to come back in, give you a little background. So every 5 years, the city is required to do a comprehensive fee study. Last year, if the council recalls, we froze fees in order for this study to be performed. We did a competitive bidding process, and Wildan became our consultant to guide us through the process of this fee study. We've been doing this for about a year, so we're happy to be at this point. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nick and Mike from Wildan. They have a presentation to give. After the presentation, we'll be happy to have questions. All the department heads are here behind me. They will answer questions for their own areas. And I will remind council, this meeting is to take direction from council, and then we'll be back on the 23rd for hopeful adoption. Go ahead, Mike.
How much time are we given for the presentation?
10 to 15 minutes.
10 to
Okay.
15 sounds right.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, honorable council members, honorable mayor. My name is Mike Medvey. I'm with Wildan, and we've been, as Chris was saying, we've been working with city staff on helping to update your user fees. It's a pretty important study that a lot of cities are undertaking right now. It's one of the few tools that cities have to produce the revenues that are needed to help fund the daily functioning of cities. So I'll just get started in the presentation. What are user fees? Because there are a number of different revenue generating tools for cities. User fees specifically are the fees that provide a private individual benefit with limited or no community benefit. The state law requires that the service must be voluntary and the fees must reasonably relate to the services provided. The actual fee levels and cost recovery are determined by you. Our principal job is to determine what the full cost is. And then you can set those fees at any level between 0 and the full cost. It just can't exceed it. And just to clarify, this does not include development impact fees. It doesn't include utility rates, and these are not taxes. So why update the user fees? One of the main principal motivations, I think, is that the money that the city spends providing these services go to an individual or group. These types of services generally are not thought of as a general use or general benefit type expenditure. They're really targeted at the person who requires the service from city staff. If we don't update the user fees, then the general fund ends up subsidizing these benefits that go to individuals. A lot of times it can result in understaffing. And, we're here to provide clarity to you. It helps to identify where resources are needed. And if you do have an influx of the city's need for a certain service, then you can direct the funding to that department, make the hires that you need, because the fees are going to increase at the same time that the services are needed. So again, our job as your consultant is to determine the full cost. The city staff help us to identify the different cost components, who works on it, how long do they work on it. We put together the study itself. They also let us know what fees they want to get rid of, what fees they want to add. And we perform our cost analysis. And with that, by establishing that maximum, we then work with city staff to identify the appropriate fee levels. There are certainly reasons that you might want to go below the maximum if you want the fee to be reasonable, if you want to maintain local objectives such as health and welfare, maintain compliance with state law. For penalties and code compliance, a lot of times you want to encourage participation and encourage people to follow the law. The departments that we included in the study are listed here. I am going to go over each one individually, so I won't list them out for you right now because we do have a slide for each of them. And then the types of data that we used are expenditure data, staffing structures. We use our cost allocation plan, which is kind of a part of this study, allocating out the central costs of the city to the operating departments, allocating out the departmental overhead to each of the people who interact with the public. Really a full buildup of what does it really cost the city. And throughout this, we definitely rely heavily on staff support and appreciate all their input. We know that it's not everybody's favorite activity to take time out of their busy schedules to help us put these together, but we do think it's an essential way of raising revenues and closing budget gaps. So this graphic shows generally how the cost allocation plan works. Central service departments are kind of the city's more administrative or more central departments that support the other departments. We take the costs of those, and then we use best practices to allocate them out to the departments that interact with the public: fire, police, development services. The cost allocation plan determines a fair and equitable methodology to do so. The allocations, we try to come as close to how the services are, how the services are allocated to the departments in a, reasonable kind of logical way. For example, the council costs right here, we try to count up the number of agenda items that each department has and then allocate them out based on that. And then that's kind of a reasonable way to allocate city council costs, just as an example. And then the advantage here is that we're able to load all necessary costs into each operating department, and the operating departments are the ones who collect the fees and provide the services to residents. This is a list of the departments that we considered central on the city's budget. These are the ones that we allocated out to the operating departments, which are the rest of the city's departments. This table, I won't go over it in too much detail, but this is our summary of our cost allocation plan. You can see that each of the operating departments has been allocated a certain amount of the central service costs, and then we're also able to use that department's budget to divide the allocation by the total department budget, and we come up with a percentage that we call the indirect cost rate. This is what we use when we start putting together the fees to estimate how much central support there is for each of the activities. The fee study is a pretty long process. You can see here, this is kind of our scope and each of the tasks involved with it. First, we developed the cost allocation plan model. Then we set up staff meetings, use the information we get there to build up costs. After we have the maximum, then we go over it with the city to determine good cost recovery percentages. We put together our report, which is included in your agenda, and then we come here to present the fees to you and put them up for adoption. So the first department I'm going to summarize is aviation. Aviation had a market-based approach, meaning that these fees are based on essentially the perception of the aviation department and what would be too expensive, what would be maybe too low of a fee, but we want to set the fees at a rate that's consistent with the market. So these mostly came from recommendations. There is an increase to 2 fees, and 4 fees will remain the same. For building, we really try to recommend full cost recovery on this because it is a development service. We did a pretty significant restructure here. There was an increase to 13 fees, 7 fees are decreasing, 167 fees will be removed or replaced. So you can see there's definitely a simplification that we did there. 18 new fees added, and 2 fees would remain as they are. City clerk, as you can see, not very many fees there. We did increase 2 of them, and then 1 decreased, 1 new fee, and then 3 remain as they are. The community TV and IT department, this was a time-based cost analysis. We saw an increase to 5 fees, 1 decreased, 1 will be added, and 18 are removed. The engineering, again, we're generally looking at development service here. We really like to recommend full cost recovery. We increased 22 fees, 21 fees decreased, 47 remain the same, and 5 new fees. The average change is 4%, so it seems like your cost recovery was working pretty well for this particular department already. Finance, also time-based cost analysis. You can see we had a few increases, but the average change is about 9%, an increase of 9% for those. For fire, again, time-based cost analysis based on staffing. We did get an increase to 151 fees, 13 new fees were added, 34 fees decreased. For Parks and Recreation, we did some considerable kind of targeted restructuring of these fees. and wanted to bring it in line with what some of the other cities in Coachella Valley were doing. There was an increase to 143 of the fees, with 11 decreasing, 4 remaining, and we added 106 new fees. We wanted to implement a dynamic pricing model to help the department out, and with a focus on improving cost recovery, but we also want to recognize the public benefit of residents within Palm Springs without necessarily subsidizing the non-residents. For the library, again, time-based cost analysis, we increased 14 of the fees, 18 remain the same, 3 went down, and 8 new fees were added. The average change for this one was an increase of 17%. For special programs compliance, we increased 11 fees, 25 decreased, 5 remained, and 2 new fees were added. For planning, again, development service, we recommend full cost recovery. There was an increase to 85 fees, but you can see that the average fee change was about 6%, so you were already running pretty close to cost recovery, which is good. For police, we saw an increase to 15 fees, 5 decreased, 23 remained the same, and 2 new fees, and the average increase here was 16%. For housing, we saw an increase to 1 fee, 4 remaining the same, and 1 new fee, and this was an average increase of 14%. And then this table is an estimate that we put together with the help of the kind folks of the finance department to try and estimate how much in additional revenues the city can expect as a result of our recommended fees in this study. You can see it's just over $1 million, and that is an annual figure of per year. It's not a, it's not going into a fund or anything like that. This is money that the city is already spending, and increasing the fees really just increases the amount that we recover. But without these increases, then that $1 million you see, which is justified by the fee study itself, would be an annual deficit. So that's something to keep in mind. Just to summarize, the theory behind this is that all these fees benefit the individual who receives a service, who requires a service from the city, and the city puts in the time and effort to do it, but the individual benefits. So we do recommend in almost all cases not to subsidize these services, to direct your general fund to general benefit, things that benefit the community as a whole. And that's why we do these fee studies. Some situations, and of course there are a lot of fees involved with this, but in some situations we did lower the fees to encourage participation, ensure compliance, and promote access. We do recommend that the city use compensation factors, so this would be the annual increase, the step increases, to make sure the fees stay in line with expenditures. And then the typical recommendation as well is to update this fee analysis every 5 years. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions. I also have Nick here, who has the model opened up if you really want to get to the nitty-gritty. And for things that are outside of the consulting scope, then Chris is right here as well. So we're ready to answer your questions.
All right, are there any questions for staff? Yes, Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you so much. Just first in general, so if we were, I know we're not doing this today, but if we adopted this comprehensive fee schedule and say something changed in our country, in our city, whatever, could we decrease a fee at any time?
Yes. What this fee study does is provides a justification to set the fees at a level up to and including the maximum. Through council action, you can use the exact same fee study to reduce any number of the fees or all of them on a percentage basis to some amount that's lower without needing to redo the fee study.
Great. Thank you. Then the other questions I have are actually for the fire department. Oops. Hi, Chief.
Hi, good evening, Council, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor.
I have a few questions about the fire inspections. So in general, how often are fire inspections done? And do they differ based on the type of facility?
They do, and
Okay.
I'll tell you, the main focus for me is the fire chief. Following the devastating fire in Oakland, California in 2016, 36 fatality fire in the Ghost Ship fire, the state of California requires me to inspect and report to you annually on schools, educational facilities, hotels, motels, apartment complexes. I have to get in there every year and inspect those annually and report to you on how compliant I'm being.
Okay, so then that would include daycare facilities, annual inspections.
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay. So in terms of our fee schedule for daycare facilities, does it matter if the daycare is in a private home or if it's in a commercial building?
Public or private.
Okay. And then, and this might not be for you anymore, this might be for the team. One thing I notice is that there's for daycares that are under a certain number of children, used to be a different price than that for a larger daycare, and now the prices have increased and they're the same. So is that just because the inspections are the same regardless of whether they serve 7 children or 25?
For our city, yes, they essentially are the same. And I would look to Wilden why they made those the same here, but because we have so few here in Palm Springs, essentially it's a 2-person team. And I would base it based off of what my fire marshal fees are and my inspector fees are, and how much time it takes to do those. But I would defer to the team here to see how that calculation came about.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And just to oops, I'll get it. Sorry, this iPad doesn't always work for me. Let me get to that point. So just to wrap this up for council, fees for fire inspections for daycare facilities went up from $241 and $340 annually to $984 annually. It's a huge increase, and we don't have enough daycare facilities in the city of Palm Springs. We don't have enough daycare facilities in Riverside County. So this is one of the fees that I would recommend that we do not increase, that we go back to those same amounts as just city policy. To try to encourage more daycare centers, because there's a lot of licensing requirements for daycare facilities, and it makes it really difficult for people to open them, especially if they're in a private home. And I think that there's just such a huge need that we should be thinking about ways that we can be supportive of this industry that's needed in our city. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your time.
Other questions? Councilmember Bernstein.
Yeah, I guess a question for the consultant. Can you clarify indirect cost rate and how that is calculated and how it's applied?
Sure. So we build up the fees. We build up the fees using a term that we call a fully burdened hourly rate. So within the fee study, you probably noticed a table that contains each of the positions that we've used, and it has a rate that might be shocking. That is what we've determined to be the actual cost of an hour of work for that employee. It is not what they get paid. It's not what they get in their paycheck. It's not even their salaries and benefits. It's the salaries and benefits plus the departmental overhead. So this would be your supplies and then your management staff, where we add on departmental overhead rate to that. And then after doing that, we add on a central overhead rate. So that would be city council, city manager. There was a list on the PowerPoint that I can go back to that listed all the central service departments. Again, those are allocated out to each department based on a reasonable basis. And when we develop the fully burdened hourly rates, we want to include not just the hours worked by the individual themselves, but also their management and also the rest of city staff that support them, like finance, like management, like IT, services like that, because that really is the full cost.
Okay. And so all of this is basically we're trying to find out all of these, the actual cost to the city, which is really the cost to the public that we are spending for a service or that goes to either a limited group or individuals. So this is not a revenue producing, this is just a cost recovery. And so,
It's a cost recovery. Yeah.
so to that end, when we do recover the fees, and we see numbers like 350,000 for Parks and Rec, we recover them, and that goes back to that department, is allocated back, or it goes to our general fund?
Might be a Chris question.
Yeah, we don't take the fees and allocate them to departments. We take them and take them back to the general fund in total.
Okay, so if that department is actually recovering their fees, when we look at but the expenses are still charged to them, when we look at what their expenses for their budget are?
Yeah, so in the general fund, you'll see the Parks Department's expenses, and in addition to that, in the revenue line, you'll see Parks fees. You can do the math, it's just that we don't do it for you in the financial statements.
Okay, so and the reason why I say this is because, logically it makes sense if Parks and a library or they're charging fees, then, we can justify putting more money into Parks and Library because some of their money is coming out, but they're actually just generating money for the general fund.
Yeah, and we have done, and I don't want to say often, but do one-off analyses for things like that are requested from management or council. So we can do those. It's just the financial statements aren't a tool for that to be done, but we can do that analysis.
Okay. It would seem to make sense because, fire is basically getting 500,000. I mean, we look at what the fire cost is for staffing and everything, but they're actually getting 500,000 back of that that's just going to the general fund, but not to their department. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, it is. Yes.
Okay.
But I would add, those are general fund departments. So the fund you're talking about is the fund that supports those departments.
I understand, but
Okay.
for example, fire says we need another staff member or something, or, but that staff member could be spending all of their, could be $500,000 in staff that is just doing fee-based work that is actually covered by the fees. So as we look at, this is an important thing as we look into budget, like which departments that goes to. Okay, I have a couple questions on the business department. The DVBA, the Builders Association, they were fine with the, I think it's at building, but they hadn't heard from scene planning or engineering, weighed in on those, did they?
Correct. Yeah, Gretchen from the DVBA worked with Dana on the building fees. We did have a letter of support that we attached to staff support for the building fees. We did send her engineering fees and the rest of the fee schedule so she could do some more analysis on those types of fees. We just sent her the cost allocation plan so she could do analysis on that today. So hopefully we'll hear from Gretchen soon.
Okay, so we don't know, so presumably when this comes back, we could have some other issues that may have been raised.
Correct.
Okay. Next thing, just on the business license fee, I just want to clarify what that's like, right? $300 for a new business and 30-something for a renewal?
Correct. Yeah, the renewal is, the renewal's 23 plus the $4 state charge.
Okay. And I know this has come up from a few people, the land use permit for the A-frame sign is 400 and something, that had stayed the same? Sorry, Chris.
Good evening, Chris Hadwin, Planning Director. So no, at the end of the planning fee schedule, we've actually broken it out. So as you know, historically, we've been using the land use permit fee, which as you say, has increased over time to roughly $457. A little unclear on how that was translating to the right-of-way permit like you're talking about. So we've actually proposed a new fee, which I'm just scanning for now, called Land Use Permit Temporary/Portable Signs in the Right-of-Way, and we have proposed a fee of $367 for that. So for clarity, this is a one-time fee that would be paid just for those businesses that are looking to locate their portable or A-frame sign in the city's property in the public right-of-way. It wouldn't apply to any business owner who puts their A-frame sign on their own property. That would be subject to the annual fee, which I believe is also going down to $39 per year.
Okay, and the A-frame signs that are adjacent to the fronts of storefronts, that's not the public right-of-way? That's still considered their property?
So part of the purpose of that fee is that we have to go through a process with those business owners to go through their survey documents to determine if it is in fact on private property or city property. That often requires a site visit to determine where exactly they can locate the sign if there's alternate locations. And then we need to enter into an indemnification clause with that business owner to shield the city from any liability of course, having private activity in the city's property.
So for most businesses that are putting the sign directly against their building, are they going through the process or just, I think they're just doing it?
A lot of people have gone through the process, and you're right, a lot of people have chosen not to go through the process.
Okay, but the ones who are putting it away from the building, definitely.
Yes.
Sorry about that,
Yes, I think a lot of the A-frame signs that you're seeing in the middle of the sidewalk tend to be the folks we are aware of who have not gone through the process despite our request to do so.
Okay, and just to, fees like this is what we are determining, this is what the actual cost of the city, and I think the recommendation was not necessarily to, to cover these with general fund because but there's an opportunity to look at other sources of funding for some of these things out of the city, right? Like we could say the fees for, daycare center inspections could come as part of our economic development department
I would
funds.
probably defer to our finance director or the applicable director. Planning doesn't sort of have a
I
lot
didn't
of
mean
that
to speak.
type
I
of
guess
money,
it's really
so
for
I don't
Chris.
want
I'm
to speak
sorry.
for others.
I was going on with my questions, but I had all three people coming up. So Chris, can I ask you that question?
So it can, if that's what the council would choose to do. It's just that we're adding more expense to the P&L.
No, I understand. But if there's an economic development reason for encouraging more daycare,
That's right.
If
Yes.
this is going to employ people and there's going to pay taxes and create more.
Yeah.
Similarly, if we think the land use, the permit for the A-frame signs, we could potentially cover that in the facade improvement program.
Yeah, we would just
council
adjust the economic development budget for what we think those fees might be if that's what the council chose to do.
Or they could come out of, if we already have a fund for small business support or facade improvement.
Yeah, we would, correct. We would try to do the math to be sure the funding is there and still still support the other programs that economic development does. But yes, we could do that.
Okay. And I have a question in terms of, and this may be, I'm not sure who this is for, but for the Parks Department, where we are charging fees, and we know that a lot of the people using our parks and charging fees are often, sometimes the fees are a greater burden for them. So what kind of things do we do for people who can't maybe afford the fees for things like camp or something?
Yeah, so currently in place, we do have, and we're building out a scholarship program specifically for summer camp. We do offer that. We will be looking at soliciting our business community to help fund and build out that scholarship program a little bit more. It's not fully developed as a really robust scholarship program, as I've done in other cities that I've worked at. And so that's something that we will be looking at doing and creating something like that to be able to allow people to apply and then draw down and add that to their account so that they can participate in programs such as camps like you're mentioning.
Okay, so we had talked about this in our Parks and Rec Task Force, but another alternative would be to have a nonprofit.
Correct.
Which we obviously have with the animal shelters contracted, but the library
The
has
library,
it.
right.
But, and I don't know the answer to the Parks Department, is that something that the city can actually, a nonprofit can help get going, or does that just have to be an independent?
Yeah, so we did engage the city attorney and then also did some research with the library department to see how that was started previously. And that is something that we can look at and provide some support to build that out.
Okay, so for the scholarship program, if you're looking for business support or private donation
run it
support, it could potentially, we could cover fees to go through a nonprofit where they're getting a tax deduction if they get tax deductions, and that could be used to cover fees potentially.
Correct, yeah. And then we would run it through that separate nonprofit and then bill that to the nonprofit to draw down and generate that revenue to the department to cover that fee.
Okay, and you're looking into what involvement you as a staff person could have in that?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions. I have one more comment later on. Thank you very much.
Other questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
This is a question for Chris, I think, or maybe the consultants. And maybe this happens, again, I'm the newbie, but do we ever see the revenue per fee at any point? When does that happen?
It's detailed, so it's detailed in the budget, you will see the detail behind the fees. It's possible that all the fees in the fee schedule, a couple of them might be mapped to one revenue account or 3 mapped to one, but there are several revenue lines, fee revenue in the financial statements that you will see when we present the budget. And the history.
You're going to give us a roadmap to coordinate where we can find them.
We'll try.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's hundreds of fees.
There is.
Right, and so to prioritize if and where and how much we want to subsidize some of these fees or have them be economic development drivers, I think I would need some direction on how to prioritize that. Is that for any department that has over more than, I don't know, an average of a 40% increase, or any fee that's more than 40%, or fees that generate more than X dollars, or fees that have only been utilized less than 20 times a year? Like, I think I would need some direction to understand the frequency and the revenue potential or gap to that potential for some of these fees. Because I guess all I'm seeing is the difference, but it doesn't show what we're earning and and how we close are to,
That would be a pretty significant analysis that would take some time. But I believe that it can be done, and I believe the accuracy would be there. It would just take a little bit of time to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, even at minimum, like in the slides, some of the departments had an average fee change, some of them didn't. I want to know why. And, the projected revenue increase, the note at the bottom says this is applied to revenue budget and actuals, not the actual individual fee participation. So it's not necessarily reflecting how that fee is currently generating revenue. Or am I understanding that correctly?
I'm not sure that I understood the question, Councilmember.
So I think it says I think it's slide 25, or it says 25 at the, it says above is based on the average fee change for fees applied to revenue budget and actuals, not individual fee participation. So this projected revenue increase, I'm trying to understand. Yeah. Please, thank you.
So we don't always do an estimate of how much increase in revenue there's going to be, because it really is an estimate. And I think one thing that helped in this case is that the city of Palm Springs does track fee revenues on a department-by-department basis. I would say it's a lot more common just to get one budget line item where all the fees go into, and they might ask us to say, oh, well, how much more can we expect from this? And kind of have to shrug a little bit because, I think the way to think of the percent increase, because it is just a flat percentage, it doesn't take into account how much is this fee charged, how much is that fee charged. I think the way to look at that is a rough estimate. The way to look at our estimate of how much in new revenues is going to come in is the same way, because to do a really rigorous analysis, we would need to know how many times per year each fee is charged.
Right.
And we just don't have that data. So we came up with the best estimate that we could, and a lot of times as consultants, that's all we can do. And all we can do is kind of caveat it and say, this is order of magnitude, right? It's not, you shouldn't view it as a promise or a guarantee of any kind, or and unfortunately, it can't really be disaggregated into, well, this much comes from this fee and this much comes from this fee. I think if you, oftentimes what we do when we just very start the fee studies, we'll go to each department and say, we're gonna go over how this model works, and what we'd really like to know from you is which fees are the most important, the ones that get charged the most. The department heads have that information, and I think if you want to get a sense of where the greatest community impact is to these fees, then I would recommend having each of the department heads say, what are your 3 or 4 or 5 most important fees? And then we can highlight those and you can look at those, because those are going to be the most impactful. Some of these fees might get charged, I don't know, 2 or 3 times a year, who knows? And we don't really have a lot of insight into that.
I guess, how do you calculate full cost recovery if you don't know how many times a fee is being charged?
We're calculating it on an hourly basis. We're essentially asking the department heads sometimes, or even maybe a manager. So what goes into this fee? And for a department like planning, these can be a pretty significant buildup. They might even cross departments. It might go to first to the planning desk, and then to fire, and then to police, and then back to planning, and then to engineering, and then back. They can be pretty significant processes for some of these fees. But yeah, we're getting the most reasonable estimate we can of who works on it, how long do they work on it, do any direct costs, direct materials go into this, and we use the fully burdened hourly rates to multiply by those hourly estimates, and then almost kind of put together an invoice of types for each of the fees. It's a pretty significant amount of work that goes into each of them.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, that's helpful. I think that there's a lot of chatter sometimes across the valley that Palm Springs is a really expensive place to do business, to open up get a development going. And so that has me thinking, if we're thinking about this solely on a department level, from someone who's trying to invest in our city, we're not looking at the aggregate cost maybe of what it takes. So I'll be thinking about that a bit more. I think the other thing, and maybe when this comes back, I'd love to hear from the departments as to what are those top fee priorities. What are the ones we're thinking there might be the most, there's this biggest gap in potential where if we just put a little bit of focus on this, we might be able to generate more revenue. I would also flag, sometimes it's not the fee, it's how burdensome it is to just utilize that service that might be the burden, right? So we might be increasing or changing fees, where maybe if we had a better ordering process or request process, we could generate more revenue without actually increasing the fee, right? If we actually just make it easier to utilize things. I've tried reserving a room in the Leisure Center, and it was really hard, personally. And so, yeah, I would love to hear from departments their top priority fees, and where those would the fees that have the most opportunity, and the average increase per department as well.
Councilmember Reddy.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, a couple questions. Did I understand right that the fees from the building and BIA, they have not given us their opinion yet?
No.
They have not.
They gave us thumbs up.
They did. So for example, some of the increases, like gradings up 600, plan checks up 500, parcel maps up 300. So those aren't a problem for the BIA?
The DVBA?
Yeah, DVBA, thank you. They changed their name.
Gretchen did send us a letter of support for the building fees only, and currently she is looking at the engineering fees, and hopefully we'll hear from her soon.
Okay. All right, so a couple of specific questions I did have. for example, on Village Fest, which is, let's see, page 46, line 412, it's a increase of 172. It's pretty steep. It's like, was it 1,000? And then for the food vendors, up 237. I was just curious, do you see that as affecting our Village Fest entries, particularly on the food vendors?
No, not at all. We actually have too many food vendors, and we're getting a lot of requests for them, which is why we're also increasing the fee for that. And so we don't feel that that would deter any food vendors from participating in Village Fest.
Okay, great, thank you. Another question that I had, I was just curious, on page 21, line 5 and 9, it's a parking fee. I was just curious, do you know?
Councilmember Reddy, can I just ask a question real quick? Can you tell what department that is so we can get to
Oh,
department?
yeah, engineering. Well,
Okay.
it says engineering.
Thank you.
It's monthly space rentals, $55.95 per month. It's going up to 72. Do we rent any monthly space rentals? I don't know that we do. Is this a fee that we charge, actually, that we have spaces we rent?
Engineering, where would they have space?
So this is for
I'm not
downtown
really
parking. This
yeah.
is downtown parking.
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with that fee at all.
Right, but we're raising it.
Yeah. So I don't know how it got raised, or I'm not really familiar
So
with
how
the
would we,
actual fee.
I was just curious, do we know how we raise that one? Because we don't issue any.
Just a calculation.
It's just cost
Cost of what?
recovery.
Usually, if a fee raises, it's because of the cost allocation plan that Wildan has done, or a CPI increase, one of those two reasons mainly.
Okay, well, that's more than a CPI, but we don't issue any of these.
Not to my knowledge.
Can I ask in that same question? We have an employee parking fee? Do we have employee parking
We
anymore?
don't charge employees for parking. That's
I
another fee
mean,
that's,
employee parking permit, sorry.
right, but we don't charge them for it, it's free.
We're gonna have to look at those engineering fees.
Where do we have employee
not associated
parking?
with it.
We don't. Well, we used to be on the top floor of the Indian, that was it, of the Indian Canyon parking structure, but that went away.
We don't have any.
So these fees are no longer, I was just curious if we were actually
Yeah,
charging.
we'll do some research, but we can remove them at this point. We just can't increase any fees or add any fees.
Yeah, right, so you can remove them. So-
Yeah, if we find out they're irrelevant, then yes, we would.
I would actually suggest we do look at having employee parking, but
I'm sorry, did you want?
I was just say we should absolutely take off the irrelevant fees so we don't do this work all over again in 5 years.
No, totally agree, absolutely, yeah.
So-
Yeah, we've tried to do that, a lot of fees, so we'll have the department heads take one more look through, and we will get rid of the fees that we don't think are being charged.
Because when they change the fee, they have to go, well, it's not, okay, you get it. So I'm curious on the valet, the parking fee obviously is $209, that's going up $60, but parking privilege fee of 68, so 68 cents per car we get after we issue a valet permit, are we collecting that?
Good evening. Thank you, Councilmember Reddy. Patrick Clifford with the Department of Special Program Compliance. With the valet permit, I know we issue valet permits with respect to an event, but the
Yes.
additional cent fee, I don't see it on my portion.
Yeah, it's
Chris?
in line 12.
It's an
Engineering
engineering one.
downtown, line 12.
Yeah, so that, from our valet perspective, we issue permits, to allow the park for the
Right,
certain
but we don't get a
events.
per vehicle fee, I didn't think so. So
No,
that's
no.
another one you want to take off. Okay. So I guess maybe a larger question is, for our purposes, are we giving direction this evening of which ones? Like, so for example, Councilmember Gardner mentioned I agree with that. Are we voting on these individually?
No.
currently this is a public hearing, so we're just asking questions, right?
Yeah, right.
And as a matter of process, it's a good question.
Yeah.
We can take changes, decreases, eliminations, change some verbiage. We do have to get the new fee schedule posted on our website with all the changes this coming Sunday.
Oh, my God.
10
Okay, so
days
that's not possible.
before the public hearing. If we can't do that, if the council wants to come back
Yeah.
and ask more changes, we have to push that. We have already noticed the public hearing for the 23rd, but we can always push that date if we need to.
All right, so it's just to clear on the process. So we're going to be making individual changes tonight and voting on them? Or we're doing that next
No, we're
May
just
meeting?
giving direction.
So right now, we're asking questions, then we got to have the public hearing and see if there's comment, and then we can go back and make comments.
Yeah.
What we will do in the staff report is we're taking notes of changes, and we'll come back in the next staff report and outline all those changes. They'll be reflected in the fee report that we're posting on the website on Sunday. We will do it anyway, but if we come back on the 23rd and the council wishes to push this for more changes and future adoption, then we can certainly do that.
Okay. And then another one I had on the airport. So just so I understand that, we're raising the 24-hour fee from $20 a day to $26 a day? Okay, so for example, if we didn't want to do that, we're going to vote on that after the public hearing, we take testimony? Yes. Okay, thank you. I just was getting clear on process. Thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you, Mayor.
All right, any other questions of staff? All right, oops.
Just a bit of process. I am not sure if I'm ready to make a recommendation on every fee to change or reduce right now. Like,
Yeah, I don't think that you would. I think we would come back with the changes. They'd be reflective in the schedule. We would highlight the changes in the staff report and possibly in the schedule, and then the council would vote on the entire fee schedule as a whole.
but what are you posting on Sunday then?
The fee schedule with any changes that are proposed tonight.
I guess this is what I'm saying. To make recommendations on the changes, I need to have a better understanding as to what departments have an average increase of. It's hard to make decisions on individual fees when I don't have like the department average to be able to better make recommendations as to what fees are worth changing.
We can do that. We can
'Cause
choose not to hold the public hearing, I guess, and push it to a future date.
Continue the public hearing.
Yeah, or bring it back
Continue
with the revised numbers, and then if there are still further changes, we'd bring those back at a later date.
Okay.
Like I said, I could be making a recommendation on change that you get revenue once a year, and then I don't know if that's worth it.
So just to be clear, we'll have each department head outline their 2 or 3 biggest fees, most impactful fees that change. Is there anything else you want in that schedule? Do you want us to try to pinpoint revenue for that fee as well?
Have we removed everything that we don't need?
We will take another look at that. We've taken notes tonight on the things that we will remove, and we will have the department directors take another look to be sure that there aren't any more.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
If there are some more that they want to remove after this evening, then we will highlight them in the staff report.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I would like to know the average per department increase, and then the other thing is, I just lost my train of thought.
Was it the top priority fees?
Top priority fees, sorry, it left my brain. I'll come back to it.
I think if I could ask one more question. I presume in here is a annual COLA increase for all fees?
Yeah.
Right, yes.
Yes,
Mhm.
that's our recommendation. On
So it's not a COLA, you're doing on actual salary increases? Because that's
A
going to
step
be,
increase is a 5%, I bet. So if we're doing it on step increases, it's 5%.
okay, you're basing your COLA on step increases of salaries, not cost of living? Because that's going to be a whole big different number.
We're going to probably have to get back to you on that one, Councilmember Reddy.
I didn't remember my,
You got another question?
yes, once he's done.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to confirm, is it too hard, or how likely is it to be able to see how much revenue each fee earns? Is that possible?
I don't think, my personal opinion, my finance department would be easy to do. But to be able to do that research, have a staff report posted on the agenda a week ahead of time might be a little bit of a rush. I
Could we
can work-
know, okay, so if that's, could we tell what are the top generating ones at least, even if it's not per fee?
I
Like,
think
can you
we
help me
can do
understand
that,
like
yeah.
what, how to understand where our revenue is coming from?
Well, you have the, by department, total revenue from fees, so we have that schedule.
So we have that schedule. We would have to map it up and mirror it to the fee revenue we have in our financial statements. And then we could pull out the top fees of the city that way. And you'd have some fees by department as well.
I'm sorry, Chris, I'm not trying to kill your week next week. But it seems like there should be a way to be able to prioritize the fees that are worth a deeper analysis. So, thanks.
All right, so my understanding is that we've established these fees based off of our established burden, labor costs, admin costs, and the formula that's, but how can we increase food vendor costs not based on that formula?
What was the fee?
Food vendors.
Food vendors? I don't know where that.
It sounds, we're doing it on supply and demand. So because there is such a great demand, we're increasing the price, which is logical. But that's not what the fee study is telling, or we're telling the public we're basing the fee study on.
Is there a department with that is that?
Yeah, Parks and Rec,
Okay.
Village Fest.
Maybe Nick can address it.
And Mayor, just to check, isn't the question, if we're talking about, we know the maximum that we can charge for a particular fee. I think the one question was, will food vendors pay this increased fee? And I think part of the answer was, there's a lot of them that want to get in here, they're willing to pay whatever the fully burdened fee cost is going forward. I don't know if that's what you were trying to get at, Mr. Mayor.
But how can the cost be different in season one if we're talking about calculated cost on operations of our department, cost of payroll? The cost of a food vendor to us, it cost us less in season one and season two than it does in an annual food pass.
Can I ask a question on that? Are we incorporating the costs it takes to review them all, even if we don't accept them?
Well, that's separate. That's in the application fee.
Yeah.
So the application fee is a non-refundable fee for Village Fest, and that incorporates the staff time, prepping for the agenda, coming to the meeting, and all of that. But for the food vendor fees, I'm not quite sure I really understand the question, because the full cost associated with the food service vendor fee is what the suggested fee is going to be.
But we
Or
may have
proposed.
been charging less than the fully burdened before, but now we can charge the fully burdened because there's demand?
Yes, and we're limited to a certain area on Village Fest of how many food vendors we can have in that north part of town.
So this fee is not based upon supply and demand, as it sounded like when you were saying it before. It's based upon what our really costs are, but we don't think it'll be prohibitive because there is such a big demand.
Yes, a little bit of both, correct.
Okay, wonderful. So Chris, just a few general questions, and we're able to send notes to you after today's meeting.
Yes.
Yeah, because there's quite a bit, but I'm just curious on some of these. Why is this is ridiculous, kind of cuckoo, but copies in some departments cost 21 cents and copies in another department cost 10 cents. I wouldn't want to go get my copies from the other department, but it only costs 10 cents. And can we send everybody over there?
We'll take that down and we'll see why we're inconsistent.
All right. And we've already reviewed some of my questions, but the business license fee in whose department is
That's mine, yeah.
No, it says Parks and Rec.
Oh,
So they have a business license fee, and you have a business license fee.
Correct. I just caught that does need to reflect what the finance department is, so that fee does need to change.
What else did you catch and not tell me?
That's it. Yes, that's it.
All right. Okay, so we have questions. We can email Scott and get more information.
Mr. Mayor?
And I won't take offense to the fact that in the labor study of, I don't even know how many hundreds of positions we have, city council is the lowest recoverable cost per hour out of the entire city. So I think, that's very interesting. That's good. Thank you all for contributing your time and energy. Yes, sir.
Just one other question. In the finance, while you're there, on line 14 of page 22, it's just dog license. On line 16, at individuals, 146, and it's going up to 276. That's for an individual dog license every year?
yes, I believe that's it. And I think it just went up because of the cost that it takes to issue the permit.
Wait. So we're charging people annual dog licenses of $276 per year? Is what you're suggesting here?
That's what I'm suggesting.
And the current rate is 146.
We can take that back and look at the cost roll up and be sure it's appropriate.
Well, on page 22, line 16, under dog license, but then it says escort establishment. Is this individual for that, or is it for dog license?
No, that's for dog license. The escort establishment is separate.
Is that escort?
But we don't collect that dog license, do we?
Are you in adult-oriented businesses?
Well, it says dog license, but then it appears as escort establishment.
It's under police department, doesn't
I
it
got
say
it now,
that?
sorry. So the dog license is issued by the police department, because it says police department right next to it. The escort establishment is a establishment to have an escort service, and then the individual below is a permit to have an individual
Are we
escort.
collecting the annual dog licenses?
We'd have to
Are
look.
we sending out bills? Because didn't we give that to the animal shelter to collect as revenue?
We'd have to check.
I think that line is actually, it just shouldn't be highlighted.
Yeah, because it shouldn't be 100
The police department is not collecting that, the animal shelter is, and
Right.
it's not reflected in our fee schedule.
but it's $276.
I don't know what it is.
I can't,
It is
could
not.
we check that? Because it was 10.
I thought that's
I mean,
the,
276, we wouldn't be able to adopt any pets if we charged
is
that
that the
every year.
individual escort fee that you said?
No. The escort
The
fee
dog
is
license.
on the individual line. And by the way, we don't have any escort permits.
Wait a second. You have an escort entertainment
I know.
at 723, and then you have an individual. Is that individual escort or
Yes.
individual dog license?
Individual escort.
That's the individual escort.
Yeah, so Councilman Reddy, that 240.76 is to be an individual escort license permit, even though it says dog
Even though it
permit.
says dog license. So that's why maybe Will Dan could review that.
The dog license shouldn't
Yeah, it seems like the dog license line says see police, but it looks like it's been removed from the police schedule. So it's just a.
So before we publish it, we need to get this.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, can we close or open the public hearing? Are we okay? All right, thank you, everybody who contributed. At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing. The public's invited to speak up to 2 minutes. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers?
We have one speaker online, Francine McDougall.
Francine, can you hear us? You've got your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, everyone. My name's Francine McDougall. I'm a part-time resident of Palm Springs, a vacation rental owner, and also a board member of VRON Palm Springs. That's Vacation Rental Owners and Neighbours, of which I am commenting on behalf of tonight. With respect to item 2A and the Department of Special Program and Compliance, VRON thanks city staff for the proposed reduction for regular and junior vacation rental permit fees. But we'd like to go on record that we continue to have questions regarding some of the line items that make up these permit fees. And we'll be directing these questions to city staff in the near future. Thank you for the opportunity to put our comment into public record.
Hold on, who do they send that to? You?
They should probably direct those to the city clerk, and the clerk will transmit them.
Did you hear that?
I did, thank you.
Okay, perfect, thank you. All right, City Clerk, we are, no more public comment?
No more public comment.
How about that? Okay, we're not making a motion on anything, we're just giving direction. So, you've got a lot of direction.
I would like to make one general comment on something that wasn't a specific question, if I may.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor. So I want to talk about the business license, and how many business licenses do we issue?
I believe there's around 4,200 active licenses.
I thought we had tens of thousands of licenses out there.
Those are the active ones. I think we've got some inactive ones in the mix.
Okay. So, and that includes everything from the Village Fest vendors to every single business.
Yeah, no, Village Fest has a separate.
No, they all have to have a business license, though, to operate in our city.
Yes.
Everybody has to have a business license.
Anybody who does business with the city of Palm Springs has to have a business license.
The poor Village Fest people have to get two licenses?
Yes. You have to have a business person and a business license and a Village Fest permit. I can answer that.
Yeah.
So, but it seems like I thought we had tens of thousands, but.
We ran the numbers this morning. We can check them again for sure.
Okay. So this is my question, is that we have all of this, every year, it is the one place where we can get every single business to renew their application and fill out a form. And I've just done one, and they ask very basic information. There's opportunity to put more, but this is one of the best data sources that we can have in our city, and I've said this for years, and we do not take advantage of it. And I realize it's because it's in your department, and we have economic development, and we have communications, but it should ask me, very specifically what type of business I am. We should know where they're located, how many part-time and full-time. I know it asks that, but it's unclear whether that's for all locations or just that. Who is your on-site manager for an emergency? I know we had this, we had this during COVID. We couldn't reach all the people.
But Councilmember, isn't this an agenda item we should bring back? Because it's been brought up over and over.
I'm going to make a comment, and then I'm going to ask it because we haven't done it in front of our new council members.
Yeah, okay.
So I want to make this comment. And so, we're having things like, do we want to have a communication go out to all of our daycare center owners? Do we want to have a communication go out to everybody who's within half a mile of our convention center as we're discussing that upgrade? There's potential questions which I don't know if we can legally require, but we may be able to ask, are you Latino-owned, are you LGBT-owned, are you women-owned, are you Black-owned, so we can promote you or have this data? Are you part of a commercial district? Can we then take our communications department working with economic development and then target those people directly? Like, hey, we're talking about, this is what's going on with the bridge project in South Palm Canyon. We want to email every single business in that area so that we can have a meeting of you to come together. We have this incredibly rich data that we could help our communications department. It could help, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, part of being business friendly is not just reducing fees, but it's actually being spoken to and getting information. I was in a hospitality association. I asked how many people get our economic development newsletter, and it was like less than a quarter, and mainly because a lot of the people who do the business licenses are like the accounting department or corporate office, and we should require that we know who is their general manager, their on-site, and get this information. When we've talked about, we talked about the daycare centers. Like, it would be great to email every single daycare center and saying, this is a discussion item, do you want to weigh in? But we don't really have I guess we could manually, but we don't have an easy way to do this. So I would like to, as the mayor said, to reinforce this with our new council members, that we want a direction on how we can more activate our business license with our communications and our economic development so that it's robust data. And quite honestly, also puts a face to it, because when I get my business license, it comes from do not reply at Tyler, whatever, and signed by business license department, as opposed to, hi, I'm your friendly chief economic development officer and your business liaison. Thank you for doing business in Palm Springs. Here's your license, call me if, here's source of information.
We've tried to look at that and tried to change it, and it's very difficult. We haven't had success yet.
So I'm going to just suggest that to our council that we ask again, that we look again with our new chief economic development officer and our communications department, and come back with some recommendation to council. I don't know if I should do this later or not, but yeah, I think we have done this direction before, but now that we have a new council, if we could get an update. Thank you.
All right. Let's see. Public hearing's now closed. Oh, we're not making a motion, so thank you. Next item is on the agenda is...
But, Mr. Mayor, so, but just on process, so what's the direction to staff on which fees to change? We haven't given clear direction on that. And we had some comments, but is it agreed to by the whole council? Do we have to vote on these?
So we'll put all the
changes
changes.
to review what's happening here.
We'll put all the changes together in a staff report, and then...
Well, which change? Everything we said individually, what we want to change? And is everyone
Yes,
in
like
agreement with that?
what I heard is taking a lot of fees off that aren't useful. Councilmember Gardner had a
But like, so
reduction
for
in
example,
daycare.
I don't want to raise the airport fees. Are we not doing that just because I ask that? Or is a comment?
Is that our
That's
direction?
what I'm saying, is what's the
If
process
that's our
here?
direction, we'll change it.
Well, that's
Okay.
was my opinion. That may not be the direction.
So can I, if I may?
Please.
So I think because there are a lot of questions that still need to be answered, there's a lot of fees that are erroneous that need to be taken off. I think at this time, right, you're going to compile everything that we said, whether or not we all agree on it, just to show these are the things that were discussed, these are the recommendations that were made, and then when it comes back to us the next time, we can all kind of weigh in more fully on the changes that were proposed. So for you, right now would be a great time to say, I don't want parking to be $26 for a 24-hour period.
All right, then I would formally say that. I would like the park of 24-hour to remain the same.
Yeah, we can do that.
Is there an opportunity? Is there an opportunity? You mentioned, like, DVBA is going to come back, so you may have other suggested changes the next
They will
time.
definitely come back.
It doesn't sound like this. I mean, we'll take all the changes, whether they're through our emails, whether through any other type of communication. We'll incorporate those into our fee schedule. We'll detail them out. We'll come back and present that fee schedule on the 23rd. It doesn't have to be adopted that night. We can always push another out to another public hearing if there's more discussion that night, more changes. But yeah, we'll.
And if individually we have other things that we want to suggest after this, when Mayor, for instance, Mayor Pro Tem gets more information, she may want to do that.
Correct.
You could reflect that, and it's not decided, but when it comes back, we can all review it and decide it.
Yeah, that's correct. And I just as a matter of process again, once the council adopts the fee schedule, the fees do not go into effect for 60 days.
So just to be clear, next week we're continuing the public hearing, but we're not approving it. We'll be continuing the public hearing for 2 meetings.
We'll we'll have a resolution attached in case the council wants to approve it.
But we won't know what the building DVBA comments are, though.
Maybe not unless she does send a letter of support by the time we post the agenda.
Okay. All right. Well, I would just, as a final comment, so there's nothing magic about these fees. It can be anything we want. It's really a policy tool for incentivizing or de-incentivizing something. None of it really pays the actual cost. They will in certain functions, yeah, and that's great. But overall, it should really be more of a policy tool that we want to encourage or disencourage. So, right, it just, it's something that it just takes time to go through them. And some more information, as you indicated. Okay.
Is it too soon, the next meeting?
maybe.
Yes, absolutely.
So
I
can we
think
just
we're go-
plan on it's going to be 2 meetings from now? Because we're asking for a lot.
Yeah.
And let's not go nuts over it. And
I appreciate that, Mario, and yeah, we've already posted the public hearing notice for the 23rd, but we can just move it forward to another date.
Mayor, could I suggest if we continue the meeting, the public hearing to the following meeting, we can still agendize it for discussion purposes, but then we don't have to open a public hearing next week and the one after. Am I correct, Clerk? Madam Clerk? It's just a procedural issue if it's important, because if we're going to have to open the public hearing next week, correct? Okay.
if it's on the agenda.
If it's on the agenda. So what we can do is
already posted.
continue the public hearing to the meeting after, and what comes next week is just basically a discussion item. You're bringing back these changes, and then
Possibly, yeah, possibly. And maybe to do a little research too. So maybe it's possible that we will, and we'll talk internally, we'll talk with BBK and make sure that we're doing everything process-wise correctly. But maybe it's 2 meetings from now where we bring everything back.
okay. So just to clarify, if we continue the public hearing to the first meeting in May, are we able to have this discussion at next meeting? It's not a public hearing, it's a discussion item.
Without making
Without
any
opening a public hearing.
decisions.
Yeah, without making decisions.
Okay.
The other thing maybe we could do that I don't know if it'd be helpful to you for in any cases where we're talking about reducing fees, it might be helpful for the council to know what that total loss revenue is going to be. So you know what the magnitude of what
absolutely.
we're talking about is.
Yeah, I think that's where Mayor Pro Tem's comments about not understanding the line by line fee, the revenue generated for each fee, you know, it goes back to Councilmember Reddy. It's policy decision. So we need to decide, do we want to make sure that Parks and Rec has the lowest possible fees possibly for residents, and non-residents are going to pay a fair share. So I think that we have to go down that path.
And Mayor, finally, could we confirm what the annual COLA is going to be when you bring that back next? Because that will be important, what that's calculated.
Well, you're making a recommendation on what the increase should, or to make an increase. I think.
But a what?
Yeah,
Increase
there's
of
not a
what?
percentage, or there wasn't a number there.
A COLA? Oh.
Should speak in the microphone.
If I could make this suggestion, so it's better to have a COLA, automatic COLA every year. For many years, we kept them artificially low, didn't have the COLAs for policy reasons. Then 5 years when you do the study, you haven't done the increases, and then the increase is way too high. So that's why it's always been prudent, and most cities do, a 5% cost of living COLA. And so then when your 5-year comes around for a new study, the increases aren't spiked as much. So that would be my recommendation if.
Yeah, we do a COLA increase every year. I think 19 or 20.
Automatic.
Automatic. 19 or 20, the council approved the CPI increase based on Riverside, San
Yes,
Bernardino CPI schedule.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We sure?
Yep.
All right, thank you, Chris. Okay, next item is item 3A, which is the introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Springs, California, amending section 2.29.010 to add or expand the Planning Commission to 8 members with 7 voting members and 1 non-voting member. May we please have a staff report?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. The item before you is exactly as the mayor just read it. It stems from a discussion that the council had on June 6th, 2024.
Not everybody. Thank you.
Night. At a special meeting when you were doing the last round of appointments to boards and commissions, and at that time we were considering appointments to the Planning Commission, and there was a discussion about it really stemmed from a specific candidate, but I think turned into a more global conversation around the Planning Commission being a very technical and sort of specialized commission with the specific legislative function delegated by the City Council. And so how do we encourage a more broad and diverse membership on the Planning Commission where perhaps candidates don't have the specific skills and expertise today, but how do we get them those skills and expertise over time? So the proposal before you tonight is to add an 8th non-voting member to the Planning Commission who would effectively shadow and participate in the meetings to learn from the balance of the Planning Commissioners without having a voting role. And that's really it. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion from council?
So just to clarify, they can participate in discussions, they can ask questions, they can give their opinion, but they just can't actually vote.
Correct.
Okay. And the difference between this is the difference that an alternate can actually vote if there's not members not present in another commission?
In some instances, I believe it varies by board and commission. I can say from experience in planning and the Architectural Review Committee, they have voting rights, the alternate members, and they can fill quorum. They come in if another member is absent.
And
in
for
this case, that's not the intent.
And for planning, does this count towards their term maximum?
No.
That is a very good question. The ordinance doesn't currently specify that, but that's a good question that while the council is considering this ordinance, you should give direction so that we can add that to this draft ordinance.
So my recommendation would be that it not count towards their term thing, because if somebody spends 3 years learning, then they might be a great candidate to be on for another 6 years, and you don't necessarily want to have to kick them off. So that would be my recommendation to council for this. And my only other thing would be, as we look at other commissions, is to think about where else alternates make sense. And I think we have a Measure J and ARC and Administrative Appeals. Yeah, so I mean, they make sense to learn because until you're actually reading the agendas and participating, it's kind of hard. So that would be my 2 recommendations, is to look at any other commissions where it might make sense, but to have this not count towards their term limit.
So in my meeting earlier this week, this came up in discussion, and it was that so it's not stated that the non-voting member, that their term does not count toward a full term.
So I think the way that we had discussed it was that we believed that the alternate member was subject to the same appointment terms and term limit as an alternate member or as a non-voting member. However, should you appoint them, which is the goal, ultimately to a full voting member, that clock would effectively start again, was our interpretation. However, to the city attorney's point, I think giving us direction to make that clear in the ordinance when it comes back for second reading would help clarify that point,
Okay.
if that's the case.
So we're going to make that clear.
Do we have a term limit for being non-voting as well?
So I think under the way the code is written today, we would likely interpret it to be the same. So an appointment of 3 years with 1 renewal and then a 1-year extension up to 7 years. But when they become a full voting member, that would effectively all start over again. However, for the purposes of clarity, we should just make the ordinance state that if that's how the council wishes it to operate.
I do. Well, there's a non-voting member. We don't have an alternate as well, do we?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We're using terms interchangeably. For this, we're talking about 1 non-voting member.
It's a non-voting member. They can be up to 7 years as a non-voting member, and then if they become a voting member, they could actually be another 7 years.
Just a clarification on that. So if we ever have quorum issues, but we have our non-voting member who's been there following along, can they step in to be an alternate to obtain a quorum, or are we not considering that?
If that's the council's wish, we could amend the ordinance to clarify that. I think the thinking was it wasn't intended that someone would sit for 6 or 7 years, certainly as a non-voting member. It really was, 1 to 2 years or whatever amount of time council felt appropriate through that appointment process. So we didn't write it that way because we felt that there's certainly a period of time where this non-voting member would need to kind of get up to speed on how the planning commission operates, but it's
Yeah.
council's
My
discretion.
recommendation is they can't vote because this is more complex and that, they could have their second meeting, they could end up
Sure. Okay.
not having a quorum
I'm
and
fine
we
with
don't
that.
necessarily want them to vote that time, so.
Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
question? So, okay, just so I understand, it's going to be like an understudy in a theater?
Yeah.
Okay. If there's not a quorum, they're not going to be able to vote? Okay, but they're going to have a term of up to 6 years. So my question is, depending upon what the goal is, if this person is going to be there, have that commitment, is it logical that they should have, they should have picked to the next vacancy?
Yes.
And is that going to be informal or formal?
I think it has to be formal because, in my view, because we could have somebody being given an opportunity to get up to speed because we want, for some reason, to have a, greater pool, but they don't actually get up to speed. I don't know if we want to necessarily appoint them right away, have them automatic.
No, I don't either.
Okay, then if that, I'm sorry. Then if that's not the case, if it's not an automatic, go with this conceptually. If it's not an automatic, then should this alternate at council rotate every year? Because if basically you're giving it to one person for 7 years, if the idea is to get more people, wouldn't then alternate it every year? You have an alternate to give all these people in the pool more experience. Unless it's going to be.
If they're qualified, they're going to get appointed within the 7 years. And if they're there for 7 years, they're not really qualified. So they'll get moved up if they're qualified. I can't imagine.
And just a point
we
of
wouldn't.
clarification, appointment would be for 1 3-year term. So in order to reappoint them as a non-voting member, you would have to go through that process again and say, okay, you're not quite ready, or a position hasn't come up, and we're going to make it 6 or 7. But the initial appointment would be for 3, just to clarify.
If we're thinking about this as a learning pipeline opportunity, why not just have it as a 3-year term? And if there isn't an opening, okay, but you open up the learning path to someone else, so now you have, within 6-7 years, you now have 2 people who are qualified rather than just 1.
Sorry, on that, I agree. I don't think that anyone is going to want to stay longer than 3 years and not get a promotion to the full committee. I mean, obviously, from at least my time here, we've appointed at least 1 new planning commissioner every single year, sometimes more. So it should be a fairly easy process. But I agree that I don't think we want anybody staying as a non-voting member for 7 years. It should be 3 max, and then you're gone and giving an opportunity to someone else.
I want to be clear, I think I maybe complicated it by invoking the 6 and 7 year thing. That would certainly not be our intention either. Again, council would have to elect to reappoint that person to a second term. So certainly the goal would be it's appointed for 1 3-year term. At some point in that 3-year term, they're working out, we promote them effectively, and that's it. And you bring in another person to start the learning curve over again. But ultimately, you're in control of that process and how you want that to work.
Okay, cool.
Are we limiting the non-voting member to 3 years? Is that what we're saying?
That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, I think we should just do it as a matter of
The one
course
term.
because
The ordinance will say 1 3-year term.
And once if they become a full voting member, either after that or within that time, their clock starts over.
Yeah, and it gives them an opportunity for something else too. And a position could open up on historic preservation, and they have some experience with planning, and it makes sense. So I think it's advantageous, regardless.
One final question to the planning director. Are you okay with this? Does it cause any problems for you and the?
Only in that we don't have enough seats up there, but we will figure that out. But no, I think it's a great opportunity, and I think the way that the discussion sort of arose for those that weren't part of it last June was that there was, a great community member who would have, I think, represented a segment of the community that isn't often represented on our planning commission or in our planning commission meetings, but just didn't have, again, those technical skills in the broader pool of applicants that we were considering. And so this would give people like that an opportunity to engage.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other discussion? All right, do we have a motion by Councilmember Bernstein, second by Councilmember Gardner? All right, I can't believe I think we made it to the end. Didn't we? City Clerk, I didn't miss anything, did I? All right, next we have City Council, City Manager request for upcoming agenda development.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very, very brief, but before I went into this, you'll see our next regular meeting is April 23rd. But before that, on April 16th, I do want to remind the public, we have our second annual vendor fair, Coachella Valley-wide vendor fair at the Convention Center at 9 a.m. Small businesses throughout the valley can still RSVP for that, and we're looking forward to another great event. It's a great way to, be able to get hire local businesses to do work for us and all the cities in the valley here. So just on the 23rd, we are going to have a very brief update from Wayne on our economic development plan, how that's been going. We've got hearing 2 for our CDBG action plan. You'll see we'll bring back the fee schedule for discussion, but that won't be for final vote at that time, more than likely. We do have an updated incentive agreement with Orchid Tree that we'll talk about, as well as Jay Verada will be talking about the community land trust that we've had a lot of conversation about earlier this year. On the 14th, we have 3 community facility district annexation updates to bring forward, as well as another hotel incentive agreement. We could very well have the final fee update then as well. On the 22nd, you'll see we'll have our joint meeting with Measure J and our first budget study session. So that'll be coming up on the 22nd. On the 28th, you can see some of the things that we have planned coming forward. Waste disposal charge public hearing, library bond will be, we're trying to get ready for that. Some updates to the co-owned housing ordinance and the convention center RFP update for you. And on June 11th is when we possibly could approve our budget. We do have our joint meeting with all of the boards and commissions mid-month on the 17th, and June 25th, our regular meeting, where we've also got a backup council meeting in case we haven't made it to final approval of the budget. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Nope. Just want to remind the public that the applications are still open for all our boards and commissions until the end of April. Is that right? So please apply. There's lots of boards and commissions to open it up to.
You did it. You did it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I looked at that lettering. It was addressed to you. It was an invitation.